All righty, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to call this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees to order and welcome everybody in. And we will begin as usual with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. President Taylor.
I'm here.
All right. Vice President Nicolette. Present. I am here. Trustee Church.
Here.
Trustee Mayberry.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Smith.
Here.
And Student Representative Mia Albrecht. Albrecht? Did I say it right?
Sure.
It's Bright,
All
right?
right.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, Bright. I'll change it.
All right.
We have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And welcome to our new student representative. And on that note, as we stand for the roll call, we're going to ask you to lead us, if you would, student trustee. I mean, not for the roll call, for the pledge. So just lead us in the pledge. Just get us going and we'll jump in. All right. Welcome to the team. Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Just so you know, I always pick someone to lead us, and when there's always someone that's new or something like that, then we let you jump right in. Well, we welcome you. We're glad to have you, and we welcome your insight, your comments. We want you to make sure you know that your voice is being heard. Okay? So just turn your light on. I'm sure he showed you how to do that. Well, yes. There we go. There it is. If you get stuck, just ask Chief. He's a pro at it. All right. Thank you, and welcome. Okay, we're going to jump right into our agenda. This is our consent agenda. Today we're considering consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.19. This is for possible action. And if any trustees would like to pull any agenda item off, I don't think we've deliberated on any of these, so please let me know if that is your pleasure at this time. Before we get into any motions at all, we have a what's it called?
Yes, I do have a disclosure.
A disclosure. That's it. Thank you very much. And then we will have public comment, if there's any on this.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. On item 2.14, I am disclosing that as a part of the Nevada Association of School Boards, Dawn Echeverry, a Story County WEA member, was assigned as my mentor. Under NRS 281A.4203, I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by this commitment in a private capacity. So I am therefore disclosing this commitment in a private capacity, but I do plan on voting.
Thank you very much, Trustee Smith, for that disclosure. Any others at this time? None? Do we have any public comment before you go any further? Thank you, JJ. No public comment on the consent agenda. I don't see any desire to pull anything, so looking for a motion from the board, if that is your pleasure, to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.19. It's moved by the clerk. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Mayberry. Seeing any discussion, first of all? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried, and let the record show that it is unanimous. And we go right into consent. Thank you, staff, that were here in case there were questions. We appreciate you. We're going to get right to item 301. Yes, that's the Bryan Group. Come on forward. This is presentation and discussion to provide updates regarding the superintendent search for the Washoe County School District by the Bryan Group, or TBG. This is for information and discussion, and we're looking forward to an update, and there may be some questions as well that we'll ask. And before us is the principal of the Bryan Group, Dr. Bryan, as well as Nora Barines. Barons. Dang it, I almost said Barons, and I talked myself into Barines. Okay, Barons. Thank you. Well, welcome to the...
All right, thank you. We're going to be talking about the search advisory group at one point, but given some of the feedback and the passion that we heard, and as you know, we had over 370 applications for it, and the chance of somebody being on that group was less than 1 in 10. But one of the things that came up of questions was both questioning us and the board in terms of what are our credentials to do something like this. So I thought I might take a couple minutes, because most people did not hear us when we were selected and haven't read our proposal for the work, that I would just give a little bit of background. So for myself, I have in fact been in leadership positions forever, starting in the second grade. And but also am a student of leadership, having been a captain in the U.S. Army and commander overseas, and a number of positions. I've had 5 university positions, all focusing around leadership in one fashion or another in different areas. And having started or advised to or co-founded a dozen different companies, I know leadership from that perspective as well. And I just want to mention a couple things. I've worked in every sector, corporate, military, nonprofit, and so forth. And I'm just going to give you a sampling of some of the clients that I've served while wearing a different coat. In other words, I've had several different companies. So the company that people see now, the Bryan Group, is young, but it has a long heritage. And for example, I was hired to work in what's called the LMET program in the Navy. I won the Navy's award for their Leadership Management and Education and Training grant for several years. Did research for the Navy on leadership and did applied programs. I was hired by Johnson & Johnson, which most of you know is one of the largest and most prestigious companies in the country and in the world, to identify for them their leader of the future internationally. That meant going around the world studying what superstar leaders were doing in different environments, different countries, and so forth. The result of that was a 3-level competency model of what the executive level, mid-level, and supervisory level were doing, and they used that for hiring, succession planning, and professional development. I did that for a number of Fortune 500 companies. I've worked for a dozen Fortune 500 companies, doing talent management all around leadership. Exxon Mobil, Entergy, Citicorp, IBM, Hewlett-Packard, etc. I even had one interesting leadership and strategy assignment, which was for Major League Baseball. I was hired by them to work with them on strategy and so forth. In 2006, I left the corporate world, doing mostly, once again, talent management, performance management stuff, and formed a company called the Center for Secondary School Redesign. And that we worked in 30 different states for the last 16 years. And that was, more traditional classroom personalization, competency-based, inquiry-based, project-based practices for improving student proficiency. My side of it was always on the leadership side, in terms of how do leaders create conditions in districts to be able to execute those practices at a high level. Worked for Philadelphia, Yonkers, New York, and so forth. Been hired a couple times by the Nellie Mae Foundation, which is one of the private funders of millions of dollars for education in New England, to study districts and why they were successful or not, how the money was being spent, and how policies were being implemented. And I think that hits on some of the points along the way that hopefully anybody listening would feel as though there's some background, even though the Bryan Group is very young. It's got a long heritage. Just mention one other thing. We are the only search provider for New Hampshire for the School Boards Association and for the Center of Cooperative Educational Services in Connecticut. And finally, we were just approached by what is considered the top accrediting K-12 and schools and colleges accrediting body in the country to work with them to provide leadership, education, and training and development for their 1,500 schools. So that's where we are. So if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer who we are, why we're here, and why we do things in search that nobody else does. We're the only competency and behavioral science-based search firm in the country. And it comes from all the research around all this, what makes for superstars versus average performers. So I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Please go ahead, Dr. Bryan.
Okay.
And thank you for that review of your background.
Thank you for giving us a few minutes on it. Shall I take it over? I was going to do a report. Oh, no, you got to do yours first.
Do we
Okay,
have
sorry.
do we have the search graphic available? I don't know that we do.
What graphic is that, Dr. Bryan?
Oh, I sent in a graphic last week, just an updated graphic on the search process.
Okay,
So,
it
was just a
Do you remember
visual.
where you emailed it? We can try to track it down while we're having the
I
presentation.
emailed it to Emily and Lauren, I believe, last Thursday.
Okay, we can try to track it down
Okay.
while you're, and do what we can. to
It's
get
not
there.
essential. It was just a different way, a different visual representation of where we are in the process, where we're going.
Okay.
Excuse me, if I could.
Oh my
this
God.
is James Larson.
Hey, James.
So with Prime Group, I have that timeline document up now. If you'd like me to share my screen.
Yeah, please. We'd like to introduce you to
James.
James.
Okay, I was going to say, we haven't met James yet.
Yeah, he's a new member of our team. He's an Incline High grad, but has 2 engineering degrees from Arizona State University. And he's really helping us on the data collection, focus groups, and things like that. So this isn't quite exactly the one we were thinking of, but it'll do. It'll show you, if you can read it at all. We're really in where it says now is the collection of community data.
And if I may, if that can be, we need that for the record, correct, JJ? So if that can be emailed,
Sure.
so that we can make sure that becomes a part of the record for the meeting, we need to make sure that we can provide that as well. Okay? Please, go ahead.
This is just a working version for us. So we've done everything that we were looking to do to get to this point, including the creation of the search advisory group, who is now helping us collect community data. They will be running all the focus groups with our guidance. We've given them training. We've created training videos. And the actual groups themselves start tomorrow. And we have 16 focus groups. James, are we right? 16?
16 or 17.
Yeah, 16 is
16.
Final
And
tally.
if we need 1 or 2 more, or whatever the case may be, we will do that. I'm going to turn it over to James in a minute just to talk about the focus group. And we're doing numerous interviews along the way. And I'm going to have, so this is where we are. And at the end of the yellow there is when we have all of our data in hand. It's a crunch, for sure, to get these 16 groups done in 2 weeks. But we will have lots of data. We will have survey data, and the survey is, what's the status, Neuron survey?
It's available. I've emailed to communications, and I think they're in the process of putting it out.
Right.
Any idea, that was going to be one of the questions I asked about the survey. When will it be available?
I've already emailed the links to communications, so they've got it. It's ready to go.
Okay.
So hopefully they've got. Yesterday they did a great job of putting all the focus groups on the website. So the Washoe County website under Input Opportunities has all the focus groups, the times, the days, and the links to register for the public.
Okay.
So
Okay. Also, that's important. That's important data. Let's go back to that a little bit. So,
Sure.
members of the public can sign up to be involved or included in the
focus
focus group, via that information, and
Yep.
and then for those who don't participate, don't want to,
Certainly.
they can share their input via survey.
yes, and that's a very important point. We want to make sure that everybody understands that, yep, focus groups are great, and if you like to participate in them, if you're available to participate in them, you can register. There is a limited number that we can handle per focus
Sure,
group.
sure.
So there may be some that are capped and that you wouldn't be able to attend. But the important point is that the written survey is as valid as anything else. We will read all of them.
Yeah.
So we just want to make sure that people understand if they couldn't register or not available for a focus group, that doesn't mean that they're shut out of the process in any way.
Okay.
So, yeah, written survey, perfectly valid.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And we are using the same targeted groups as we did for the search advisory group, which were, when e-blast went out, we're talking about thousands of people who were contacted in the district. So this will be highly available and visible.
So if they weren't selected to be on your search advisory group, you still have an opportunity for input.
Oh,
Via the
that-
focus group
definitely.
and the survey.
Okay, and I think
Yeah.
that's important because we want people to know that they have
Absolutely, and we want to make
opportunity
sure that
input.
folks do understand
And I know
that.
you've gotten some feedback as we have for people that were disappointed, didn't get a chance to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
At that level, they still have other levels where they can be involved and their voice can be heard.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's important. Thank you.
So let me, because we're kind of in the spot here, during this time, we have been, the brochure and the posting went out, and I'll let Nora speak to that.
Certainly. From a recruiting perspective, it is that brochure is everywhere you'd want to be. I've got a whole list of the websites and that sort of thing, but I've also done a bunch of reaching out to folks personally, like the Nevada Association of Superintendents. I've been in touch with them. They have it on their website.
The Nevada or national?
Nevada.
Nevada, okay.
Nevada, the Nevada group, as well as the school administrators, Nevada school administrators. I've been talking to them as well.
Are we going beyond that? Because this is.
Oh yeah. AASA is where it's posted, and we've gotten a couple of folks from. Yeah, that was just the local folks I emailed and was
Just
chatting
read
with.
them quickly.
Okay, sure. AASA, you're all familiar with that. Ed Week. And
But in case the community
okay,
isn't,
in
why
case
don't
they're
you
not,
say-
American
yes,
Association Superintendents.
Thank you. Because we have others that are
Association.
watching that may not,
Sure.
our acronyms. We want them to know as well.
Yep, and that's a boosted thing where it got emailed to 5,000 superintendents.
Okay.
We also added the veteran and diversity boosts to that. Ed Week newspaper and website. That's in Ed Week e-newsletter. The logos on the website as top school jobs is where that's found. The National Alliance of Black Educators website, the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, the Nevada Association of School Boards and School Superintendents. I've contacted the Nevada DOE, just so that they know. School Leadership 2.0 is where it's posted, the American Association of School Personnel Administrators, a district administration website, I Am Diversity, Career Builder, School Spring, Council of Great Cities Schools website, LinkedIn, Indeed, GI Jobs, Military Times, national nonprofits, an email to our 2,500 person email list of folks in education. We're also in touch with a retired Major General who has emailed the opportunity to 1,000 military flag officers. In addition, I reached out personally to a number of military places like the General Staff and Command College. I have a list of those as well that I did personally reach out. So
Yeah.
that's that. And so as a result so far, and we obviously, deadline's February 20th, so still plenty of time to get those applications in, and we anticipate a bunch coming in towards the end of this week. We have 4 full applications, like with all the stuff. 5 inquiries and 12 partial applications. So we've got resumes and are having conversations with folks.
So then really, I'm sorry, oops.
Go ahead.
Oh, so basically, if we're talking about how many people are engaged in the process at this time, right? Meaning they're not just calling and saying, hey, I heard about this, can you give me some info? But we have 16 people. 4 who have
4
completed
full
the
applications
process.
and 12 partial.
And then 12 who are in the process of doing that are
Right.
engaged at this point.
And when we have a full application, I call them to see if they have any questions, and I also follow up on some of the partial applications and inquiries. So we don't want people to get away from us,
Right.
and we want to sell the district as well. So
Yeah, and anybody who sent in a resume, a partial application is offered a time or a call if they would like one as well.
I think that's great because at least if they've done something in the process, then they've expressed some interest in it. And then maybe they may need a little encouragement, because I'm sure the process is quite lengthy and so on. And then, we're competing with a lot of other people, as you know, right? So I think maybe that one extra step. So thank you for that, for someone who's done something
Yeah.
to actively say, hey, this is something I want to, or I want to pursue.
Yeah.
I think that can do nothing but help. Right, nothing but help.
And we look for every opportunity. I'm doing a presentation on 2 superintendent panels on the AASA conference next week. So we're bringing brochures for everybody that we can get at the conference as well. So nothing, no rock, not turned unturned at this point in time. And I'm also starting the end of this week to do some headhunting, looking for passive candidates that are qualified but aren't applying. So we're starting that process probably Thursday.
That was going to be my question as well, as what things are being done for those who haven't applied. Because sometimes, as you know, just as you're alluding to, Dr. Brand, sometimes the best people aren't going to apply, but we need to
just
say,
a little
hey,
nudge.
Yeah, get a little, as my pastor says, little encouragement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a list. I'm sorry, how?
Yeah.
Walk us up.
Yeah. Well, actually, the first place that I'll go on that is when we did the compensation study. We were looking at somewhat comparable, across the country, and that gave us people to identify in districts that were somewhat similar. Mm-hmm. And so that's a starting point. Okay. Yeah.
How about some non-traditional candidates? Any active reaching out? I mean, I like what you said. I know one. I shouldn't say I like what you said. I do like what you said. But you reached out to a retired 2-star. I think you said 1-star general to share to pull in those. Any other way that we're actively letting those who may not be in the education field know that, hey, we'll take a look at you. I mean, we know we had a really robust conversation at this table that we certainly prefer someone with educational experience, but we don't want to close the door. So any active pursuit of that, or candidates that may be non-traditional, but
Yeah, I don't know how much is okay to say about our candidates, but
Yeah, we really don't want to talk.
No, don't-
But we are getting candidates.
yeah. But what are you doing? What are you doing to pursue them?
they're posted-
I know you
they're-
can't tell us who.
Yeah.
I don't want. We don't want to break the
You don't
rules.
want to know. But so in terms of where we're posted online, we've got a lot going with the military right now in terms of GI jobs and military times. And then I sent personal emails to the U.S. Air Force Alumni Outreach folks, the U.S. Air Force Center for Character and Leadership Development, the EACR Center for Leadership Development, also Air Force, the Navy Recruit Training Command, my Navy Career Center, U.S. Army General Staff and Command College, and the U.S. Army Maneuver Center for Excellence.
Okay. How about outside the military?
Outside the military, we've got the nonprofits. I haven't emailed them individually, but it's posted there as well as a bunch of diversity websites.
Yeah.
So, and LinkedIn and Indeed, which are not education focused. Those are just general
Okay.
websites.
Okay.
And probably the most number that we've gotten in so far have been LinkedIn, haven't we?
LinkedIn.
Which surprises us.
Yeah.
So you tend to get, in some cases, through LinkedIn, more non-traditional than you would through AASA or some of the others. So,
Those would be very traditional.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's for our perspective, it's meeting expectations. The numbers aren't up yet, but people don't usually get in. They've got this week and next week to get their package in.
What do you think would be a good goal? Like when it's all said and done, and it's like, hey, these are how many full people we have in the process when we're at the 21st, right? Because now we're closed.
Yeah.
What do we have a goal for that? I mean, and we certainly we all recognize this is a challenging time for it. So I'm not expecting you to say we're going to have 75 people. I'm not expecting anything like that.
I'd like to think that we would have 20 full applications, and of those 4 to 5 that would be, qualified.
Just real stellar.
Worth a look. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's good to know what your goals are in that. I love to have 20, but I hope 10 are worth looking at. But that's probably just me hoping.
No, that's not going to happen.
That's just me hoping.
Yeah.
Don't say not. Just say it's unlikely.
It's very unlikely.
It's okay. Don't close the door. Yes, we have go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Thank you so much. One, I'll share anecdotally that even somehow the Facebook ad targeted me to apply. So I definitely saw those ads coming up, which I thought was great.
So would you be in? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. So my question for you is, so we've got these partial applicants, people that are expressing interest. We know that we have our deadline. Is there any flexibility with that? What if candidates do, I mean, I know that this is quite a bit of work to apply. Is there a bit of a grace period where we stop searching, but people that are in the process are given a grace period to apply? What does that look like?
What that would look like is somebody calling us, letting us know, hey, can we send it in? We've missed the deadline. And we would be asking them some questions in terms of, either don't waste your time, not because of the deadline, but do they have the qualifications we're looking for or not? But we never shut the door.
And that's great. And the reason why I ask is what if someone just heard about it or just got a phone call and they are just coming into this process a bit later? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Please.
That was pretty much my recruiting report, unless there were questions.
Please, Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. Just as one of the veterans here, I heard all the branches, but have we looked at the advertising towards the Coast Guard as well?
I did. Yeah, Coast Guard Marine were a little harder to get in touch with. Sometimes they're just like, if you want to sign up, you can call this number.
Right.
Well, how committed are? No, I'm kidding.
So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm done and over. And if you do have any contact that you'd recommend, I'd be happy to contact them as well.
Anything else on the recruiting? That's where we are right now. Anything else on the recruiting from the board? Trustee Church?
I'll just say that I Googled it while we were talking, and there are quite a few ads up in different places.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Okay. I think the next thing was just to respond to any questions about our search advisory group.
Okay.
And I'll give you the big picture, and then please ask.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
As noted, we did a very large distribution of the application, and we had 372 people apply, and 40 of those were students. Now, in keeping with council's advisory, we had no contact with the district whatsoever as far as adults were concerned. But with students, we did go to Student Voice because we needed some assistance in being sure that we were getting students in. And as you know, we've got credit for the kids, quarter credit, half credit. So working through that, working on the parental permission, all the things that we needed to do. We oversubscribed both the students and the adults because we knew that you're always going to have some dropout. So we picked 37 people for adults for the search advisory group and 13 students. And I will tell you that when we presented those students to Student Voice, they had no changes at all. They said, great pick, right mix, right schools. So I think, we did what we said we thought we could do in terms of looking at representation of, and bilingual and diversity and all of the stuff that we looked for across the board with the adults as well. So it was 37, once again, 37 adults and 13 of the children, students. And we have already started the process. So we had an orientation meeting with students just to say, this is what it is. You've got to put in weekly timesheets so that we meet the credit requirements. And we really spelled out in detail what the activity level could be for them. So, for example, every step of the process, data gathering, data analysis, screening of applications, short interviews, long interviews, they understood where they could play a role, as did the adults. There's training for every one of those. So for us, this is a capacity building, community building activity. And so getting people really engaged in this is really important. We suggested to the students, and they're still getting back to us, that they go through all of the trainings. The trainings are anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours typically. And we create videos around it, and we do training as well. And
Now,
so,
Dr. Bryan, if you would, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just remind us. I know we've had several meetings, and so you're training the SAG, the advisory group, the search advisory group. You're training them to do
Every step of the process.
Okay, so like the data collection.
Data collection, they're running the focus groups, and it's a student and 2 adults running each focus group.
Will someone from the Bryan group be
In the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they know how to fly on their own.
all right, you can tell by the look on my face. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
And there's been lots of training on running the focus groups. They're 90 minutes, but I'm going to give it to James to because
Okay.
that's his bailiwick.
Okay, that's
When we're finished the SAG.
Okay. So just back on the search advisory group. So do they have a role? So you said they're involved in every stage. So that means the data collection, which primarily means the focus groups, because I know there's the survey component,
Yeah,
which they don't
survey
have
as
to
well.
go out and get that comes back,
Right.
And then what's their role in the evaluation of candidates?
They get trained in application screening against the refined criteria. And the refined criteria, if you remember, is role proficiencies, competency proficiencies, leadership styles, and what we call derailers, failure factors. Because you want to be sure you understand that someone doesn't have something that'll sink them, even if they've got some good stuff. And for example, one of the things we would do typically is have 3 adults and 1 student be assigned a certain number of applications, and they would have gone through the training, and then they go through and evaluate those applications. And usually you've got 3 buckets: yes, maybe, no. And then we come back as a big group, and anybody that wants to read all the applications can, but we're trying to be efficient in terms of how we do it.
Okay, so you'll have teams. Let's just call them
Right.
teams, right? The teams of 4, 3 adults and 1 student.
Yeah.
And let's just make for easy math. Let's say we get 21 full applications, and let's say you have 3 groups, and they're each going to review 7.
Yep.
Right? They'll each review their 7, so the same group won't review. How do we make sure that there's some consistency? You know what I mean? If I review something, I may think, oh, this candidate is right? But council may think, oh, this candidate is fan. How do we make sure we don't have that?
We really feel good about not letting that happen in any fashion.
Okay.
And mostly that's because we're comparing it against a set of criteria. So it's how well does that person match the criteria, not how well do you feel.
It's less subjective. Then,
Exactly.
Is what you're
Much,
saying?
much
And
less.
that's why the process is so effective, because you're saying, do I see these behaviors, do I not, or do I see this credential, or do I not?
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have to back it up. You can't just say, I really like that guy. We're going to say, well, why? Where is it that he matches
Yeah.
this set
It's
of
all
criteria?
evidence-based.
Okay.
And if you remember our criteria, typically, like if you were to think of a competency criteria, like political savvy, which we know a superintendent would need, particularly here. There's a definition for political savvy, and then anywhere from 6 to 10 indicators. Can you
Behavioral
see-
indicators.
Yeah, behavioral indicators. Can you see this or not? Now, in an application, that's limited because there's only so much you get on an application. But there are a lot of things that you can score and not score in an application. What didn't you see of our criteria? Are the references talking to that or not? So it's rare that people have many debates when they use really tight validated criteria. And they get training on how to do it first anyway.
Is the same true for the short and
Yep.
and long interviews? Same
Yeah.
type of.
And the only thing that's a bit different is that in the long interview, because it takes so much sophistication to do the guided storytelling well, they are only observers. But they observe and score because they can still see the evidence, score the interviews, and so forth.
Okay. Thank you. I love it when a student trustee wants to chime in because they always see things differently. So certainly, student trustee Mia.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if the student voice and grading carries the same amount of weight as their adult counterparts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you for your commitment to. It really means a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you, student trustee Mia.
Yeah.
See, good stuff. See. We got some good
Yeah.
things.
Good.
So we're happy with where things are in terms of the SAG, and it's just marching now. It's getting it done in a very timely fashion, and people can choose how much. And you might have somebody who says, "I don't have time to sit in on the short interviews, but I'd love to sit in on the long ones. I'd love to do application screening, but not short interviews." So we allow people the flexibility of doing it. There were obviously people when they signed up for this, even though we said some things up front in the application, that they really didn't know the amount of work involved. It's hard. It's
Well, this is unusual. I mean, you know the process
Oh,
is
yeah.
unusual, and it's not, you go to a few search committee meetings and read a few resumes. This is, as you know.
More rigorous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a nice way to put it, right? It just takes more work. I have a question about the criteria. We mentioned a lot about that, and I know that you're still receiving some feedback and some input on the criteria. Will you land then on a set of criteria for, so surveys are coming in, you're having focus groups, and you're going to learn an awful lot, right? From what
Oh, yes.
all those involved which is a great reason to do all
Yeah.
the outreach and stuff, right? And so, do you land on like a list, how do you?
We don't go in with any preconceived ideas of what a superstar here in Washoe should look like.
No, I mean after you've collected all the data.
Do we have a list?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Does that make sense? Because you would have gotten some really good feedback, input,
right.
right? I should say input.
Yeah.
From the focus groups and the surveys and
Right.
and we all have individual meetings. So you have all this. You have a whole bunch. And of course, you can't find anyone that's going to do all of that, right? So how do you land? How do you determine? Okay, this is who we're looking for from a criteria, or do you not?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I know I have a million
Yeah.
questions, but I've never been through a process like this before.
Yeah.
Take your time.
So let's talk about roles first.
Okay.
When we look at what everybody says this person needs to do to be effective, what they're really talking about is sort of like mini job descriptions. They have to wear this hat well. They have got to be a good negotiator. They've got to be a good community builder. And so as we keep hearing these things and people give us measures, what does that look like in action? We could start to create, let's say, negotiator hat. And under that, we will give it a definition. Under that, we'll once again have 5 to 10 types of task indicators, because that's really a mini job description. When you're wearing that hat, what are the things that you have to do well and be very proficient at? Then what we look at, and usually we try to keep it to 5 to 7 hats, because any more than that, if you do those well, then the other stuff falls into place. But then the next question you ask is, what competencies, knowledge, skills, talents, dispositions are necessary to wear those hats well? So, and this actually is a legal issue as well from EEOC in terms of you can't list skills and competencies unless they're tied to something in terms of requirements in the job. So we tie them to these hats that must be worn well. And once again, it's a bit broader, because let's say to be a negotiator, you may need 5 or 6 competencies to demonstrate that well and to wear that hat well. So and one of the things that we will give you without giving away to the world or candidates is we will give you a matrix that shows here's the hats, here's the general definition, here's the competencies that support them, and how each competency either supports or not supports a particular role or hat. So, and once again, there's a lot of rigor here because of all the actual indicators that go into that. And we do validation exercises. So when we get them to try to boil them down, and this is where the SAG group helps, we go through an exercise where people, in fact, with their history in the district, or if it's out of the district, in, say, the best superintendent they've ever seen, an average superintendent, and a superintendent who didn't do so well. And then we have them score against the criteria. And the criteria that differentiates the top performer versus both the average performer and the not so hot performer stay in the model. Because you really only want those things that identify top performers. And the other things are sort of, secondary, threshold type skills. We're not looking at that. That wastes your time.
So the hats, then, the identifying the hats is what the data helps you do. Helps you identify those hats.
And then the
competencies as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And then leadership style, because we have to have the same thing there as well, in terms of, and the leadership style is usually a blend, a constellation of the competencies used under certain circumstances. When this person is in this context, facing this demand, what's the package of behaviors that they demonstrate? And those are directly related to things like climate, motivation, morale, and things along those lines. So it's a little bit more global, but often people understand it better.
Okay.
And then the failure factors, because we ask about that, are very direct, but we also have all indicators for those as well.
Okay. I had, as you can see, I had a lot of questions around the criteria, and like how do you land on it, and then do we get to know what it is, and that is yes, and where does the input show up? Because we're asking people to give their input.
Yeah.
We certainly want it to show up.
Yeah.
So
in the process, where it becomes public, at least is the plan at this point in time, is once we've done the long interview, we then share those long interviews with you with the scoring criteria.
Right, because when we get it, the public gets it. So it's not
Right.
like we can get a list and everyone else can't
Right.
get it as well.
Right.
Okay.
And that's when it's totally spelled out. Otherwise, we give you some abbreviated stuff just so you know we're in the.
So we know.
ballpark.
Yeah, I was going to say, but exactly. So then, okay,
Yeah.
all right, that helps. I see you're going back and forth with your light there, Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Sounds like you really making some very positive progress, and you're certainly casting that net pretty wide. I'm curious if you've gotten any feedback from prospective applicants on perhaps some impediments that are preventing them from applying.
The only thing that's jumped out is they're worried about the board because they do their homework. They see there's been conflict. It is an impediment in terms of how you function as a team. I mean, everybody.
No, that's
looks-
real. That's real.
Yeah, everybody looks at that, and they'd be crazy if they didn't. So that's part of what's going on. The big impediment for us right now, we know there's a shortage of top talent, but we've got some people that are coming in that we've seen that we really hope stay in our pool, but they're going to hear, like in a week, whether they've been offered a job someplace else. And so we're trying to rush things along and looking to see if maybe we do something creative. If, for example, from my perspective, you saw 2 or 3 people that we thought were dynamite and the SAG did too, we've got to get the criteria first, but that's coming up quite quickly. Do we not take as long to go through all the short interviews and do others? Do we take them right to the long interview and on the hopes of getting information to you, you could make a decision and cut off somebody else grabbing them before you do. So we're trying to stay on top of things as much as we can.
I would think as a board, certainly we'd be open for your recommendations in terms of that and can make those decisions, at that time. And then, certainly the public would have a chance to weigh in. That input is important. They would have had that. We certainly don't want to do anything that will cut that off. But we know we're in a race.
Yeah,
exactly. We
Yeah.
know that we're in the race. Trustee Rodriguez and then Dr. Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. In your search, I guess how much do you advertise or try to sell to candidates that we are a board, but we're very young. There's a lot of us new trustees, and we are diligently working to try to mend things from the previous board. I guess that'll be kind of my question to you: is are you looking?
Well, we try to keep it balanced. No.
Well, and I think the other thing I could add to this too is that when we get a full application in, like we have this group, we ask them to book a call with Bill.
Yeah. So
he gets a 30-minute at least opportunity to sell the district.
Yeah. You
On a
can't sit
one-to-one
there and
basis.
paint a totally rosy picture because they know.
No.
You need to give them an accurate picture. I mean, that's,
Yeah. But I think having that conversation, having a little one-on-one time,
Right.
One of the things they ask, which comes across very positive, because I'm doing all the interviews that I've been doing of, the board and the executive team, there's a lot of positive speaking about the strength of the leadership within the district. And that makes a lot of difference. So they're looking up to the board and then looking to the people that they're going to be working and supervising as well. So as the district comes across, you're stronger on the look down than on the look up.
Okay, I appreciate that. You were following up, Doctor?
No, I guess just
Trustee
to,
Rodriguez?
I don't quote me on this, I believe the word used, I saw some conflict, and I guess we just encourage you, since pretty much the cat's out of the bag, it's all over the media, that we are working together. We do have coaching sessions scheduled, and I guess for those applicants out there that we are trying to move forward.
Yep.
So if you can give that to the applicants out there if it
Sure.
comes up.
No, I think those are good important pieces, and if they're watching, they will see that.
Yeah.
I think that they will see full commitment from everyone on the board to make those steps.
And they're watching now.
Good,
They're probably watching now.
good,
They
good,
should be.
good. Watch, watch. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, then we'll go to Dr. Nicolette and then Trustee Church.
Two things, and thank you for your work. And I know it's hard when you're such an expert on your biz. It's not easy to describe it, and I think you're doing a wonderful job. Thank you. And
thank
I
you.
believe our president has been asking some great questions. Two things I would have to say, just maybe from my insight, is I would want them to look up to the administration and maybe on a linear path, the board as involved. Just an FYI. But you mentioned to cut out steps, that idea. Only thing I really want to say about that is I'm going to trust your judgment because we are on a timeline here. And yet I don't want there to be any inequities. So the assurance that if you decide to, take out a step or lessen something, that it's across the board, always.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Just one quick comment. I see when I've done my Googling here, you've also done an excellent job of selling the area. Why come to Reno versus somewhere else? And Lake Tahoe, the mountains, skiing, no sales tax. We won't mention housing prices, but we'll keep that a secret. But yeah, you've done an excellent job selling the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
mean, we don't want extra work. Remember?
Right.
We have a commitment in the contract that if this first round doesn't work, it's second round, it's third
Right.
round. It's
Well, I think we
so-
join in wanting to do having a really good. We don't want to. We're going to have a good first round.
Yeah.
And land in a good place. Just as we're talking about timelines, just based upon where you are, do you anticipate any adjustments? I see where we are, and I see that the focus groups are happening during this time, and thank you, James, for showing that because it allowed us to see it. And just a reminder, don't forget to email that in because that needs to be a part of the record, so that everyone who tunes in later can see. But I see it looks like we're moving as we
planned.
should within the windows. And so, do you anticipate needing any adjustments?
Not right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pedal to the metal.
Yeah. It's
Okay. All right.
full steam ahead.
Okay.
I think the only other thing, and I'll ask you if you want to hear more about it, is do you want to hear more about the focus groups?
I have just a couple of questions about how many do you anticipate that we'll
I'm
have?
going to turn this over to James
Okay.
so that he can respond.
Welcome, James.
Hi, yeah, thanks for having us. In regards to the number of focus groups overall, that is 16 total. 10 of those groups are comprised of individuals who applied to the search advisory group but were not selected. And then the other 6 focus groups that we came up with, 2 of them are completely open for registration. One of them being an English-speaking session, one of them being a Spanish-speaking session, and then the other 4 are for specific stakeholder groups that we want to make sure will be represented, and those will not be open for public registration. And yeah, I can go into any more detail, but I'll leave it there for now.
Were you have Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. Thank you, James. A little more detail on those closed-ended focus groups, please.
Yeah. So those focus groups include the Washoe County School District Leadership Team, the Board of Trustees Committee Liaisons. Those are 2 separate groups.
I think those are the only 2 that are not completely open. Well, I mean, they're going to get invited, but anybody in the community who identifies as Native Americans invited to that.
Yeah.
So I think
Right, yeah,
those are
that's
the only
just-
two that actually have like a list of invitees and nobody else. Just two.
Well, we certainly want district
Yeah.
leadership, because
Yeah.
that's the reporting line, and that
Right.
would make, they need to have an opportunity to certainly
Mm-hmm.
to weigh in. So I think, I like that you have people who expressed an interest in the search advisory group but weren't selected. They still have an opportunity for
Oh,
voice to be heard.
absolutely.
But then also that there are opportunities for others
Yep.
in the community to have them.
And then in those groups, as James has defined them, if they're not full, which most of them aren't at this point, there's plenty of space for general public as well. So
Okay, good. We certainly-
they're all on the Washoe County website, superintendent search, washoeschools.net/superintendent search. The input opportunities tab.
tab. Okay, good. We
Yeah.
certainly want the public to be.
And
to
all
be
the
aware of that.
registration links are right there. So find a group that you identify with, or we also have the completely open group in English and in Spanish. Register.
Okay, great. That's
Come on
good to
down.
hear. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much. I like the broad approach with this. Specifically for the leadership team focus group and the Board of Trustee Committee liaisons, are you working with our district staff to actually send out those invitations to those bodies of people that would qualify for this?
Yes, we have actual a list of email addresses. So that's why those two are very specific.
Did you, I know there should be certainly need to be a limit to the sizes of the focus groups. You have a range you're looking for
About 30.
for each focus group? Okay.
Yep.
That seems like if you do 30 and then for 10, if there are 10 people if there are 10 groups of those who didn't make the SAG, and there are 30 in each group, that's everybody who signed up for the SAG. Was that the intention?
Yes, it was the intention to give everybody an opportunity.
Give 'em
And not everybody's going to register.
Yeah,
Not
probably-
everybody's
Right,
gonna
but
sign
to
up.
give them an
third-
opportunity.
third will
So
probably-
they at least have little slots, and as you said, they can always be filled in with others of
Yes.
interest. But it's good to give them an opportunity.
Yeah, and the other thing we did too was we gave them an opportunity with their own special type of a survey that was a little bit different
okay.
than the general survey. They can fill out the general survey, but we wanted them to honor their commitments, so, yeah.
Certainly. Okay,
And we've got 20 of those surveys in already.
Yeah.
good. Other people, anything else on the focus groups? James is giving those details if needed from anyone. Doesn't seem like it. At all. This is information and discussion, so if we aren't taking an action item on this. Is there anything else that you think is important to share with us at this time? Any other questions from my colleagues?
No, just like anybody else, network, let people know, share the brochure, down to the last guns fire, we're looking.
Okay. Certainly, for those of us that share information with our constituents and so on, let's make sure we share the links to opportunities to get involved in the focus groups or to take the survey, so that all those voices can be heard. And I know our student trustee Mia will make sure our students do the same. We want their voices, those who aren't involved, but share at their schools. We love to hear
And we
from
have a
some
student
students.
focus group.
Yep,
So.
certainly. Oh, that's right, student focus group as well. So, okay. Anything else from the two of you?
No?
Well, we appreciate your hard work. I know it's a hard work. I know it's pedal to the metal, on this, and I appreciate your keeping us up to speed, updated on us on this, and we'll see you back here probably in 2 weeks. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you again to the Bryan Group from Incline, Nevada. All right, agenda item 3.02. This is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District 2021 through 22C Major Projects Program in the amount of $125 million for the construction of the new Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy, that's CTA, as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And we see our Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer, Ms. Zimmerman, making her way into the room.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. My name is Tammy Zimmerman. I'm the Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer, and here to present the final request for construction funding for the Debbie Smith CTA Academy High School. Is it gonna go? Did I break it, JJ? There it goes. There we go. So I want to give you a little bit of an update or a background for this. I was back here in December to give you kind of an update and tell you where we were. We're intending to build on the existing Sutro campus that HUG is currently occupying. The intent with that is to build a new building in the middle of the campus after we demo some buildings. That new building will range to about 108,000 square feet. We intend to demo about 62,000 square feet of existing buildings and then renovate approximately 126,000 square feet of existing buildings that will remain on campus. So a little bit of both, right, new and old, to incorporate all of those academies in there. We'll also be renovating the parking lots to make access into there a little bit easier, as well as installing a new boardroom. So this, in 2 years, we will be meeting into a new boardroom up there, which will be really nice. We will be putting in the existing, or the 6 academies that the CTE identified. Those are marketing, culinary, vet tech, horticulture, construction tech, biomed, nursing, manufacturing, and teacher training for K through 5. So I want to go through kind of our design and permitting process and then go into our buckets, what we call our buckets in our funding, which are FF&E, professional services, and the construction budget itself. So the design schedule, we started the design schedule and finished schematic design, as you can see, in June of 2021. And we've moved all through those design development in October. And we completed CDs, construction documents, in December. And then we are prepared to submit for 2 permits. We're doing a demo permit to keep us on schedule for starting construction in June, and then a building permit with the City of Reno. We did meet with the City of Reno a couple weeks ago, and they were very gracious with us and are going to help us through the permitting process. We like to have those with them so that they understand what's coming, as well as with the fire department. So really gracious that the City of Reno has worked with us, and they are going to keep that in-house for us, the permit, so that it goes a little smoother. We have relationships with them instead of sending it out to a third party, so that'll be really nice for us. So want to start diving into those buckets. You've probably seen them many times before when we come and ask for funding. And furnishings, fixtures, and equipment is our first bucket, and we call it FF&E for short. It's if you take a building and turn it upside down and dump it out, all the things that fall out are things that are FF&E. Anything else that's attached that doesn't fall out is under the contractor and construction to be installed. In the packet, there's a detailed estimate of the FF&E. We went room by room with the plans, used our existing schools that we've completed to look at those similar areas, right? There's a classroom. We took that estimate of what we spent in a classroom and plugged that in for FF&E. So we came out with a detailed estimate. It does have some contingencies on there. Prices go up. CTE equipment is expensive for those spaces. And so we've provided that budget. But that budget also includes staff time. We do have a warehouse gentleman. We have an FF&E project manager that will be helping, as well as the vendors that we hired to install these. So there's time in there for that as well. And that's how we came up with that estimate. So with this, I wanted to give you a comparison, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment across the schools that we've completed, so you can see the comparison per square footage of FF&E. Desert Skies, Sky Ranch, and Marcy Hers, those are actual dollars spent. So we run about, per square foot, about $29, almost $29.50 per square foot for those schools. Went up a little bit in Marcy Hers, but those were contracted, right, in 2017, and then 2019 for Hers, and then show you O'Brien Middle School. And that is a budget estimate that's in there. We haven't purchased all of that FF&E, so we're giving you that budget estimate just to compare it. And the square footage. And then the same with Proctor Hug. It's a budget estimate in there. And then showing you the Debbie Smith CTA High School, what our estimate for FF&E is, and then comparing that to square footage. So you can see we're estimating $34 per square foot. So we're right in the range of where we would be with O'Brien, Proctor Hug, which we're contracted closer to this. And so we feel that that's an appropriate number. It does have some contingency on there just for escalation of prices and that. Our next bucket, if you will, is construction professional services. And that encompasses quite a few things. It has staff augmentation, daily observation, schedule and invoice review, document review, submittals. They have to go through all of those And so that is staff augmentation with the construction manager that we would hire. We also are required to have third-party special inspection. We have steel going up. We'll have to have a third party inspect that. We have soils, and they will have to come in and do those testing and inspection for us because they are professionals that do that and provide us certifications. It's required by the city of Reno to do those inspections, so we include that in here. So that's part of construction professional services. We also do building commissioning, which is the startup of all the systems to make sure they function and that they're operating properly. This is required by the electrical code, and so that's part of these construction services, construction professional services as well. And then lastly, we have staff with the field verification because we still have to go out and have those weekly meetings, owner, architect, and contractor. And then we do prevailing wage because this will be a prevailing wage bid job, as well as the apprentices program that's required by law. And here's another comparison for, we call this staff augmentation for the professional services, and that you can see the same thing, contracted dates, Desert Skies, Sky Ranch, Marcy Hers, those are actual numbers, dollars spent, and the actual construction cost. And then O'Brien is, again, a budgetary number based off of the contract that was signed for those. And the same happens with Proctor Hug at Wild Creek. That's a budget number. And then Debbie Smith, this is a budget number as well with the estimate of what we're asking for construction. So you can see we go from 3.5% up a little bit through 2020. And then in this one, that'll be contracted in 2022. We're looking at about 4.5% is what we're projecting for that. So we feel like those for professional services are in line with what we've spent before and will give us the product that we've received in those other buildings. So we feel that that's a good number as well for that bucket. So construction budget overview. This project will be contracted through one GMP, one contract, which helps us get it all purchased and in pipeline to be constructed. We have a collaborative group. We have a local architect with Van Wert Bogoti. They've done some of our other previous schools, and we've had a great relationship with them and had a great relationship on this project. Lots of design meetings, and they understand what we look for in our education facilities. We've taken a lot of our lessons learned. We are always learning. We're always changing. There's always new products. We always want to make sure that we learn from our mistakes if we made any, and then we do better and better every time. So there are a lot of those we've taken into here, and we express to the architect and the contractor, this is what we want. And they will provide options, and we may go back and say, no, this is what we want because of this and this. We have fluid applied flooring, MMA, that is almost bulletproof. And when you're putting that in a school, it's really durable and really needed in our schools. So there are things like that that we continue to ask for. We have a construction manager at risk, and that is Q&D Construction. They've been a great partner with this, with design questions, bringing new products, estimating. We've had several estimates with them and a constructability review, and they have many trade partners that have been on our previous projects that they use for estimates and that with us. So we feel like we've had a great relationship with them and will continue through construction.
If I may, just because we have some newer trustees that haven't been as involved since we've done a lot of schools, will you explain CMAR? The construction man, I know you didn't say CMAR, but construction manager at risk, so they kind of know what that means.
So construction manager at risk, CMAR, we hire a contractor based off of RFP, which is qualifications and a price. And we go through and we go interviews, we grade them as a group, and then we hire based off of the one that comes out with the most points based off that. So it is an interview process. They actually come on board through design and help us through design instead of like a hard bid where we design it and then we bid it out. They get to help us through design, which helps us to understand and stay within our budgets and talk about those materials and have that discussion. When you're doing that on a hard bid, it's a little bit harder to have that input. So when we have something that has a schedule that's difficult or, out of the norm, or we have lots of renovation, brand new construction on a difficult site, we would ask for those kind of people to come and help us. And we felt that this project was really needed a CMAR on it to help us through that. This is a difficult site with the slope, the soils conditions, and they can provide us that input and that information to help us get through the process.
That kind of fill in
Does
a
that-
little bit. Just wanted to just kind of make sure we
Yep.
kind of backfill that
It
a
is
little
a
bit.
different delivery method, but it's been beneficial to us with new projects that are not so much cookie cutter. When they get to be, for example, Pulakitas was a CMAR because it was a prototype. It was a brand new building. And then as we got to do another one of that same type, we put a hard bid out because we felt like we'd had lessons learned. Here, we're going to have some unknowns because it's an existing campus. So this was we thought would be a really big benefit for this project. With that, we also had an independent cost estimate. Last time we were here, we had Justin Peterson from O'Connor Construction Management to talk about his estimate, and they do estimates for nationally across. They keep track of all the materials and what they cost and that to help us with an estimate. And then they helped compare the plans that we had with Q&D's estimate, and they provided a separate estimate. And I can tell you their estimates in this last construction documents at 50% were within $150,000 of each other. So feel really good that their estimates and Q&D's work that they did was on track and on the right dollar amount for this project. So construction budget comparison, same thing, right? We do construction cost, which is for Desert Skies, Sky Ranch, and Marcy Hers is the actual cost. And then we have the square footage. And then we do a cost per square footage comparison there. Those are actual costs. O'Brien, Hug, and Debbie Smith, those are budgeted construction costs because we haven't completed them yet, divided by the square footage, which gives us a dollar amount per square foot. You can see we went from about $324 per square foot, and now we're at Debbie Smith that's contracted in 2022, and we're at $477 per square foot. Just for comparison, we bought Rio Wrangler when we bid it for about $450 per square foot. So this is a CTE school with more electricity, more exhaust and all that, so we would expect it to be a little bit more per square footage than our elementaries. So this is what was presented in December of 2021 for the construction budgets, and it gives you a range, and I just kind of want to put it in there so that it reminds you of where we're at. And then we'll talk about why we're asking for the buckets we're asking and why we presented this in December of 2021. And with me to come up and explain that portion, I have Lance Semenko from Q&D Construction, and he's the president of Q&D Construction.
Welcome, Mr. Semenko.
Thank you. Lance Semenko with Q&D Construction. So probably the biggest reason that the dollar value has gone up, it's no different than what we're all dealing with in life, work, play, home, the big word of inflation. So in the last year, it's gone up over 7%. You know, we've seen in the last few months it go up even 1-2%. And then what you're going to see on this next slide, there's three big trades. These guys are significant escalation. The steel, the drywall, everything's either coming from overseas or, you know, the stuff that is here is more expensive because it's more demand. There's a lot of demand on all the construction. But what we've done is we've teamed up, as she said, we've teamed up with these contractors in town or subcontractors in town, and we've worked with them to value engineer or to help us get to the point where we need to with the pricing on this school. So drywall, metal framing, roofing, curtain wall, and glazing, those are the three biggest ones right now. So through the design process, what we tried to do was get more clarity. You know, as you go from DD to construction drawings, the detail gets better. We know exactly where little things are that might be hidden before. We can do more value engineering with the architect or with the engineer. And what you see on this slide basically is, you know, the sidewalks, there was $150,000 valued out of that. The fence and gates went up the other way. Retaining walls, that's more of a grading and drainage issue. That went up a bunch. You'll see that on the next slide. And then the site furnishings basically stayed the same. And then the biggest drivers right here, the retaining walls, as I just mentioned, additional storm drainage, which is a big deal, mechanical equipment, which is getting harder and harder, and then the casework and the countertops. So those are the four biggest drivers of what the dollars went from in November to now, or October, excuse me.
So with that, here is the slide that you guys have seen before with our buckets again, totaling $125 million for this project to complete it and open in August of 2024. Our next steps, right? We're here for budget authorization. March, Q&D will put it out to bid to their subcontractors that are pre-qualified. It is competitively bid. They will get multiple bids. We encourage them to get multiple bids for all the trades. So we get to actually sit and they give us a binder with all of those. So it's pretty transparent process. May of 2022, Q&D will provide a GMP to us and we will bring it back to the board for awards. So you get to see me again. And then June of 2022, we'll commence construction for a fall of 2024 grand opening.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Semenko, for being here and for helping us understand the differences and the increase, really, quite frankly. Let's bring it here. Let's see, do we have any public comment on this before? None? Okay, so let's bring it here to the board for discussion. This is an action item. Discussion, questions, 125 million, we know it's a lot of money. We certainly are excited about having the new CTA Academy, which is a CTE school, but it's the Debbie Smith Academy, and a new boardroom for us. So that would be exciting as well. Trustee Church?
I just have a question. If we were to go there today, what has been done so far?
If you were to go to the existing site, well, it's currently being used as the Hug High School, so it's still occupied by students. So we have not done anything on site as of today.
And then just as a reminder, this is projected 2 years. The Hug will be, this is the last year at the existing site, and then the 2-year process to do the work that's being proposed here today.
That's correct.
Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much, President Taylor. So I'm interested in the process where everything goes out to bid, knowing, of course, that Q&D is our trusted partner. Are they given the freedom and the latitude to ultimately choose the partners that they feel are best for each of those situations?
They provide us a binder with all of them, and they provide a recommendation with that.
Okay, good. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. So if we authorize the budget today, is there a chance that we'll see an increase come May, or is that where the contingency comes into play if there is?
So when we put together a budget, we have contingency in place. We have contractor contingency and we have owner contingency. We have put in here 2.5% for contractor contingency in that budget. It's all built into that $125 million. And then we have about a 3.5% for owner contingency, which is a little bit larger than what we've had on our previous projects because we're going to be opening up old walls and digging under foundations that, we don't know what's there. So we have contingency with that. And then in that estimate is built in with a little bit of inflation based off of OCMI, O'Connor Construction Management's recommendation and their review of the budget.
And thank you for building in the inflation. We heard the impact that inflation is having, and it's not like it's going to stop tomorrow, right? Unfortunately, so. Yeah. Yes, Trustee Rodriguez?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please. Go ahead. I'll see no more discussion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2021-22 C Major Projects Program, an amount of $125 million to provide the full construction phase funding for the new Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy High School as recommended by Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. There's a motion on the floor, and there's a second by Trustee Smith. Seeing no further discussion, and thank you, everyone. This is in my district. All right, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? The motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. This is an exciting project. Okay, we're going to forge ahead. Let's get in one more item before we hit a break. I think we can get this one in. Agenda item 3.03. Discussion and possible action to adopt the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 22-001. This is a resolution authorizing the issuance by the Washoe County School District of its Washoe County School District, Nevada general obligation, which is limited tax school improvement bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues, Series 2022A, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $49,220,000 for the acquisition, construction, repair, and renovation of school facilities of the district, providing the forms, terms, and conditions of the bonds and other details in connection therewith, providing for the levy and collection of annual general ad valorem taxes for the payment thereof. Additionally, securing their payment by a pledge of certain revenues, ratifying action previously taken towards issuing the proposed bonds, and providing the effective date. So in other words, we've already taken some action. Now it's ratifying and going forward with this. So before us is CFO extraordinaire, Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you very much, and thanks for reading all that. That's a mouthful. So the prior action, you approved the revised budget for the Debbie Smith Career Technical Academy. With that approval, I can now take to you this item, which, as you noted, we are asking for your authorization or approval of the bond resolution, which authorizes the sale of up to $49.22 million of bonds for this new school. The proceeds of these bonds will be combined with other sources to cover the expected cost of the CT Academy. So these bonds we call WC1 bonds here, which means the 0.54% sales tax authorized by Washoe County voters in November of 2016 is pledged to pay the debt service on these bonds. They are general obligation bonds as well, which means the full faith and the credit of the district is pledged as well. So in essence, they're double-barreled bonds. The first pledge is the sales tax. If that wasn't sufficient, then the property tax, and ultimately all of the resources of the district are pledged to repay debt service to bondholders. So we plan on selling these bonds if this resolution is approved by you next Wednesday. These bonds would be fixed rate bonds and carry a term of 25 years. Unfortunately, with inflation, the Fed has announced a series of rate hikes in 2022. So we have seen interest rates go up. We expect to sell these at roughly an all-in rate of 2.5%, which is still very low when looking at historically long-term at interest rates. With this approval and the sale of these bonds, total debt service of WC1 bonds will be between $35 and $36 million a year, and that compares with sales tax revenues in last fiscal year, $56 million. So we have roughly a $20 million buffer above the current debt service and current and planned debt service with this sale. That's a coverage factor of 56%, which is very healthy, far greater than what you'd expect to see for bonds like this. And we also have very strong debt service fund reserves, $75 million, as well as other reserves in our capital project funds in case there is a worst case scenario. So those are some of the reasons why the rating agencies yesterday reaffirmed our AA credit rating on these bonds, which is really good news. Keeps that interest rate low. If we were a single A issuer like some of our neighboring school districts, we'd be paying a much higher interest rate. So that kind of summarizes the particulars of this bond sale. Again, if approved, we'll go to sale next Wednesday, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Mather. Let's go to public comment first, see if there's any. No public comment. Thank you, JJ. Bring it back here to the table. We just said we want to spend $125 million, so we have to get $125 million. And this is about 50 of it, and other revenues will cover the gap in this. So looking for discussion or a motion to questions. I saw Trustee Rodriguez first, then Trustee Church, and then Dr. Nicolette. I'm sorry, Trustee Mayberry first, then Trustee Church, Dr. Nicolette.
Madam President, I don't have any comments. I was going to make a motion, so thank you.
Okay, we'll hold that for just a moment. Then I think we have a couple questions. Trustee Church?
Yes. So roughly, how long do you think it'll be before these are paid off?
They have a 25-year term.
25-year term, okay. And you said we're Standard & Poor's AA, or I missed
Yeah,
that?
Standard & Poor's rates us AA, and then Moody's rates us a AA3, which is their lowest AA rating. But we're AA rated from both major credit rating agencies. Yes.
And so for people that don't understand that, starts at AAA,
Yes.
then AA plus,
AAA, AA plus, AA, which is what Standard & Poor's rates us, then a AA minus, which is basically what Moody's rates us, then a single A plus, single A minus, then triple B, and so forth. Anything below triple B is junk bond status.
okay. So we're not at the top, but we're good.
Yeah, and we will never be AAA rated. The state is not AAA rated, and the rating agencies prohibit an agency that's dependent upon a state from having a higher rating than the state. So we will never be AAA rated, and at best we'd be at the same rating as the state.
AA plus?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, CFO Mathers.
Uh-oh.
So I'm trying to understand attachment A for my colleagues. It is the Board Resolution 22-001. So my question, I think I've convoluted my own understanding, so I'm going to ask you to clarify it. On page 2 of that document, attachment A, at the very end of the third whereas, it says, secured by pledged revenues in one series or more in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $100 million. So I'm trying to understand what that means and how that ties us to, I guess, a top spending dollar. Am I interpreting that wrong?
No, that was,
Yeah.
that's partially correct, but keep going.
Thank you. And then, so as you explain it properly to me, we're at about 900 million of that 100 million in total. Yeah, see, I knew I was convoluting it. So if you would help me understand the bonds that we have secured in the past
Okay.
and want to in the future, how does that relate or impact that that $1 billion?
Okay. Let me try to answer that. So we have gone to the County Debt Management Commission for authorization to issue bonds. We have to do that when we issue new rollover bonds that pledge the property tax and WC1 bonds that pledge the sales tax. And what that so we went through a series of requests for authorization to the Debt Management Commission for WC1 bonds. What this $100 million refers to at the bottom of page 2 is one of those series of authorizations we went to the Debt Management Commission for. So we have existing debt we've issued, but each time we want to issue new debt, we must go to the Debt Management Commission for their approval. And they review the transaction and make sure that we have adequate resources to pay the debt service. So that $100 million at the bottom of page 2 refers to the most recent authorization request to the Debt Management Commission. And then you'll see at the second paragraph of page 3, we have used $50.78 million of that $100 million authorization, which leaves remaining authority of $49.22 million, which is what I'm here today to ask for your approval of. So after approval, and I didn't say this, so I'm glad you brought it up, after approval of this bond resolution and the sale of the bonds, we will have used up all of our remaining Debt Management Commission authorization. And so for any more bonds we want to issue, which we will, we'll need to go to the Debt Management Commission, and since you sit on that, you'll see me, and I'll give a presentation to the Debt Management Commission. So this refers to this last batch of authorization from the Debt Management Commission, and as you say, we have more than $1 billion in debt. With this sale, we will have sold exactly $600 million of WC1 bonds since 2017. So So with this sale, we will be close to $1.18 billion of outstanding debt, which is significant. But again, we always compare the resources we have to pay that debt service, and unlike most agencies, voters authorized a sales tax rate that generates a significant amount of revenues to pay that debt service. So I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, and I'm glad I asked it because, as you said, being on the Debt Management Commission, I really want to wrap my head around that, and I'm certain, as my fellow trustees do, or anybody else who's interested, that's important information. And I will say this, those are a lot of zeros,
Yes.
as you are very familiar with. On one hand, it kind of scares me. On the other hand, when I see what we're doing for our students and our staff, our employees, we're making great things happen. It's still a lot of zeros, and I thank you for that hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Church?
Yeah, just a comment, a number or correction if I'm wrong. We're the biggest government budget outside of Clark County in Nevada. Bigger than Reno, bigger than Sparks, bigger than Washoe County.
We're certainly larger than Washoe County, Reno, or Sparks. I don't know about the Southern Nevada Water Authority, for example.
Yeah, got me. But outside of Clark County, but they're mostly.
Yes, outside of Clark County, we are the largest local government and have the largest budget.
And just for the audience, it's, people hear the billion-dollar debt. It's like buying a $600,000 house, which is fine as long as you know that you can make the payment, essentially. Yep. Same analogy.
Absolutely, and like a house, these facilities will last for many, many years, so many future generations are going to be able to use these facilities. So we're paying for it up front. We're kind of moving the money up to today by issuing debt. We're pledging future revenues, moving those resources up to today by bonding, but future generations will be able to use those facilities for many, many years.
And then if for some reason the demographics change, as they are in some of the older neighborhoods, that land has value, which has almost always gone up.
That's true, too.
Okay, thank you.
And we have reserves.
Yes,
I mean, that's another fallback. But that's good. I said, and we have reserves, additionally, if those tax dollars were to dry up. But that's a good explanation, good kind of analogy, if you will, Trustee Church, so thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to you, Trustee Mayberry. You said you're ready for a motion, sir. I don't see any other comments.
Yeah, I think I am. I appreciate the discussion by the Vice President, Trustee Church, and Mr. Mathers, congratulations on the great credit rating and all that you do.
Absolutely.
So I'll go ahead and read this. You want me to read that verbatim?
Whatever way you'd like to do it, sir.
Okay, I guess I better just, okay, all right, hang in there. Wait a minute. I'll take a drink of water.
Well, the attorney is saying yes, so he said yes.
Let his whistle be burned out.
A lot of money.
Okay, so, pardon me here. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 22-001, resolution authorizing the issuance of the Washoe County School District of its Washoe County School District, Nevada, general obligation, limited tax school improvement bonds, additionally secured by pledge revenues, Series 2022A, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $49,222,000 for the acquisition, construction, repair, and renovation of school facilities of the district, providing form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and other details in connection therewith, and providing for the levy and collection of annual general ad valorem taxes for the payment thereof, additionally securing their payment by a pledge of certain revenues, ratifying action previously taken toward issuing the proposed bonds, and providing an effective date.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, there's a second by Trustee Rodriguez. One thing I will say, if you'll accept the friendly motion, is $49,220,000 as opposed to $49,222,000.
I stand corrected. Thank you.
That's okay. Just if there are a lot of twos and a lot of zeros, so we'll have that correction there for the record. JJ, I saw you nodding. So, all right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? All right, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. We can pay for Debbie Smith Career and Technical Academy High School. All right.
All right.
Well, another new school, a new high school in our area. It's been a long time since we've had a new high school. We'll have Hug. 2 years later, we'll have Debbie Smith. So, all All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mathers. Thank you again, and thank you for your work and our AA bond rating. That saves us money. Okay, why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then come on back, and we'll go about another hour or so before our dinner break. Get restarted, I should say. Okay, do I see the people here that's for our next presentation? No, I'm looking for Michelle. Are you up next, Dr. Parks? Nope, not quite. You might be if Miss Anderson isn't in here. I know she's in the vicinity. I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and get started. We're going to jump down to agenda item 3.05 if there's no objection from my colleague since he's in the room. All right, we're going to go on to discussion and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 22-002 A and 2022B, refunding bond resolution authorizing the Washoe County School District to issue its general obligation limited tax refunding bond series 2022B and the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $70 million to refinance certain outstanding bonds for an anticipated present value savings of $7 million. Oh, I read the one. I meant to go to Dr. Parks. Okay, no, so we won't do that because that's the wrong about. Mr. Mathers isn't here either. So we'll go back up to agenda item. Just kidding. We'll go back up to agenda item 3.04. Please forgive me. I am sorry. I am sorry. I was trying to move ahead and I read the wrong one. My mistake.
I did not think I was up late.
My mistake. Okay, so let's just start over. Okay. We're going to call this meeting back to order. We'll just start right now. Okay, next on our agenda, presentation to introduce the new Trailblazers logo for both the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, which is AACT High School, and the new Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Academy. This is for presentation and discussion. And before us is Ms. Anderson from our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Office.
Thank you, President Taylor. It's like I should have been here a couple minutes ago. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the record. Thank you, President Taylor and Trustees, Dr. McNeil. I'm excited to be up here this afternoon to unveil the new Trailblazers logo that will represent both the Academy of Arts, Career, and Technology and the Debbie Smith Career and Technical Education Academy. Say that twice fast. Currently, AACT is the only comprehensive CTE high school in the Washoe County School District, with construction beginning this year on the new Debbie Smith CTE Academy. That will change. And I think we can all agree that is fantastic news for our students and families. As you know, the new Debbie Smith CTE Academy is slated to open in fall of 2024. The two schools will function as sister schools, both providing a variety of CTE programming for high school students. Both schools will be represented by the current AACT mascot, the Trailblazers. And as we know, anytime you're doing any sort of branding or logo, it is essential to have your stakeholders involved. And so this last fall, in 2021, our office worked with AACT Principal Tiffany McMaster to convene a group of key stakeholders to discuss the process of the new logo that would represent both of these schools. The stakeholder group consisted of current AACT staff, family members, and students, as well as a representative from the Debbie Smith family. During the process, it was determined that the current mascot, the Trailblazers, would remain and would be the mascot for both schools. I think this was pretty interesting. AACT has used several logos in the past to represent the Trailblazers, including a compass, a phoenix, and an astronaut. It was determined that the graphical depiction of a trailblazer should be illustrated by a compass, since the compass has historically been used as a way to symbolize how students grow and chart their own course. Our office created 17 logo concepts that were reviewed by the stakeholder group and members of the district's leadership team. The logos were then narrowed down and refined and sent to the school community, all middle school students and Debbie Smith family member for a vote. Thank you, JJ. The survey to vote on logos was open for 2 weeks from January 7th to January 21st of 2022. We received 1,046 votes, and the winning logo received 407 votes. And before I unveil it, I want to commend 2 of our communications team members who were instrumental during this process and I think did an outstanding job. That's Miss Samantha Fredrickson, our public relations specialist, and Miss Melissa Gillis, our graphic communications specialist. I also want to give a special shout out to Principal Tiffany McMaster for her amazing leadership and, of course, all the members of our stakeholder group. And I think I need a drum roll or something. And without further ado, here is the new logo.
Okay. All right.
And then, as we have done in the past, I have a great foam core board of the logo for our student trustee and every trustee, so you can have it in your office along with Dr. McNeil.
All right. Thank you.
I'm coming to your office.
We can have her in the office too, right?
An office near you.
That's fantastic. Can you give us kind of the mindset? I know you did the compass from it and the mountains in the background, kind of. Melissa did that. Huh?
Yeah, I was going to say,
you're
where's
looking
my
at me like,
graphic
Melissa?
Come on.
I know she hates it. I know. I'm sorry.
Come
I'm
on
sorry.
up here.
I'm sorry. It's a beautiful. You did a beautiful job.
Because let me tell you, I can't draw a stick figure, so me trying to explain that would not be as effective as Melissa.
I'm sorry, Melissa.
Well, the school really wanted to maintain the compass image because they've used it for a lot of their ceremonies and things. It just kind of symbolizes and has that historic value. But they also wanted to have something that kind of tied in with the area, and that's kind of where the mountains came from, and like the trail of getting through the mountains, kind of representing your trail through your academic years.
So this will be, if you're at Debbie Smith, if you're at the CTA.
It's actually CTE Academy.
Oh, CTE Academy. So if we're at Debbie Smith CTE Academy, this will be on their walls and on their collateral and all kinds of things, and the same as ACT.
That is correct.
Okay.
There'll end up being a couple of variations on the logo, used at the separate campuses, as well as like all the combined graphics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Fantastic. So they have a little bit of their own, and okay, fantastic. Well, I think it's great. And thank you so much for the samples for us. Yay. Really great job. Melissa, I know you hate coming forward, but you did a great job. I'm sorry.
Thank you very
much. All right.
much.
Thank you very much. All right. Yay. Exciting. Okay, and now we're going on to agenda item 3.05, which I already read, so I won't read it again, Mr. Mathers. This is another bond resolution. Let's say this is Resolution 22002 and A and 2022B. This is the refunding bond resolution. So I'll just turn it on over to you, Mr. Mathers.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So we are happy to present this item to you. Basically, we're asking for your authorization to issue refunding bonds, which I don't want to make it too simplistic, but it's really like the refinancing of your house. When interest rates fall, you can refinance or refund bonds at a lower interest rate. And so this bond resolution would authorize us to issue Series 2022B bonds, and we would sell these on the same day as the 2022A bonds you authorized a few minutes ago. And these would refund two series that we issued in 2012, the 2012A series and the 2012C series. Mm-hmm. And the total savings here are significant. At the time we ran our numbers, this would save $7 million for a par amount or a face amount of $63 million. So that's 11% savings, which is pretty extraordinary. So we thought interest rates were low back in 2012, but they aren't as low as they are today. So we may not capture all of $7 million of savings. It may be a little less than that with interest rates rising over the last several weeks, but the savings are significant. We'll save over the life of the bonds anywhere from $370,000 per year to all the way up to $1.5 million per year in interest costs. So it's and these bonds last maturity date is 2033. So basically, we're issuing 11-year term bonds to extinguish and refund the remaining term of these 2012 bonds. Again, significant savings. And again, this is much like when you refinance your home. You're just taking advantage of interest rates. Sure, there's some closing costs associated with that, but overall, very strong savings here. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the transaction, but this is something we strongly recommend.
Thank you, Mr. Mather. Do you have any public comment on this, JJ? None. Okay. Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you, and I like to take advantage of your expertise, and so I'm going to do it again. Two things. The life of the bond, 2033, 11 years. So in that process of refinancing, refunding, were there any years added on to the life of the bond?
No. When we refund bonds, we always match the original term of the bonds. We never want to extend debt. And that's something the rating agencies even look at. If you're playing games by extending debt out, you usually have to answer when you do that. In this case, the term of these new bonds matches the term of the refunded bonds.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is the sinking fund concept. I did a little homework, and I kind of think I have a first grader knowledge of it. What I want to know is our sinking fund strategies. How do we manage that?
Well, in this case, it can be complicated. In this case, it's pretty simple. We're going to take the proceeds of these refunding bonds and deposit them in an escrow account and invest them in U.S. government securities, treasuries, or used to be a different kind of security we could buy too, but U.S. treasuries that are priced and sized to redeem the bonds when they come due. So there's a call date on these bonds when you can call or redeem the debt away from an investor, a bondholder. And they know that. That's part of the original transaction. We disclose when a bond is callable. And so we will escrow these securities in that sinking fund, and then those will be used to extinguish the debt as it becomes callable.
Oh, thank you. I knew you could, and I knew you could bring it right home to my elementary understanding. So just a little more information on the calling, when it's called. Typically, why is it called?
Even bonds issued by private sector entities typically or often have a call. It just allows the issuer the flexibility if interest rates do go down to be able to refund the debt. So this is the difference between how you refinance a home. When you get a mortgage, usually you can refinance that 6 months after you got the mortgage, right? Well, in the municipal bond sector, that's not the case. So usually when a bond has a maturity of longer than 10 years, so we've issued 20-year bonds, 25-year bonds, 30-year bonds, the convention is they're not callable or refundable for 10 years. Usually there's a 10-year call. So the bondholder knows that they will have our money for 10 years, essentially. You can structure different calls, but usually there's a premium in the market when you play around and say you wanted a 5-year call. You're going to pay a higher interest rate because of that optionality that you have to pay for. So the convention is when we issue 20, 25, or 30-year bonds, they're all callable at year 10, which is why we're refunding 2012 bonds in 2022. So it's just a convention of the municipal bond market. It's where we can't redeem bonds for the first 10 years of the bonds.
Well, thank you, and it's so simple for you, and you do a great job of explaining it, Lucy. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Other questions for Mr. Mather? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion. Who wants to make a motion that we save $7 million? This one. Trustee Smith.
I'm all over that. All right.
Thought I'd put it out there.
Yeah. For item 3.05, I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 22-002, the 2022B refunding bond resolution authorizing the Washoe County School District to issue its general obligation limited tax refunding bond series 2022B in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $70 million to refinance certain outstanding bonds for an anticipated present value savings of $7 million.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Trustee Smith, a second by Trustee Dr. and Vice President Nicolette. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Right, the motion carries. That the record show that we are all in favor of saving $7 million. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for identifying that opportunity. It's money we can do other things with, so thank you so much. Okay, now Dr. Parks. Sir, he's been ready for 20 minutes. Okay, let's see. Here we are. Presentation and overview of the role and responsibilities of the Washoe County School District as a sponsor of charter schools. This is for information and discussion only, and this is really to inform us and re-inform those of us who've probably seen the expertise of Ms. Cooper before on our role in charter schools, how they work together, and so on. Many of us get questions in the community, and Ms. Cooper is an expert, and she brought Dr. Parks with her. So we appreciate it. Dr. Parks.
I'm an expert at the introduction piece.
You do it well. You do it well, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for having us, President Taylor, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. For the record, Troy Parks. And yes, we're going to get right into this with Stacy Cooper. She is our coordinator for charter schools and extended studies, and she is our expert on charters and what our role for those charter schools is. So take it away, Stacy.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Stacy Cooper, and I'm the coordinator for extended studies and charter school oversight. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to present to you Dr. McNeil and our fellow Board of Trustees. I have to laugh about the charter school being part of my niche and criteria because I can't seem to shake it. I brought it with me from Ohio 12 years ago, so go figure, right? So thank you for having me, and I appreciate it. So basically, the purpose of our presentation is, I just went backwards. There we go. Our purpose of our presentation is to provide a general overview of the role of us as a district sponsoring charter schools, or as what they now coin, authorizing charter schools, and to give you some basic overview as to the differences between a district-sponsored charter school, a state-sponsored charter school, and a university-sponsored charter schools, what our roles and responsibilities are, and how that impacts our day-to-day business. So overall, Washoe County School District, we are a sponsor of 7 charter schools, over 13 campuses here. I'm proud to say that all of our charter schools have been here since inception in the early 90s, and they are all considered mom and pop charter schools, which means they are grassroots grown straight from the needs of our Reno community. That is actually a rarity now on a national level, so we're proud of that. All of our charter schools offer a unique niche that complement the offerings here in Washoe County. We have charter schools that are free, public, Montessori, career tech education, performing arts, STEAM, and project-based and even democratic learning processes. So all of our Washoe County charter schools, they do receive the same per pupil funding as that of any district school. So how do our charter schools differ from the state-sponsored charter schools? Very candidly, I have to say not much. They are held to the same accountability measures, to that of the state and our university sponsoring partners. We are all held to the same levels of accountability, if not a higher level of accountability, because we are unique in our structure and autonomy. There is a minimal difference in the monitoring, the service, and overall accountability, but all of our schools must adhere to our outlined NRS and NAC duties and powers of the sponsor, which are outlined in the charter performance monitoring that you'll see from me in a few weeks. The State Public Charter School Authority does have 7 charter schools here in Washoe County, but they have been in the media lately because we know that they're looking to come to Washoe County. So our 7 charter schools here in Washoe County School District, we have the ACE Career, Academy and Career Technical Education. They are a secondary high school with direct correlation and ties to their partner in education, TMCC, and the American General Contractors Association. They are a 5-star performing school. We have Bailey Charter, which is located over near the Peppermill. They are a neighborhood charter school, very bilingual in nature, working with a predominant Title I group of families in that neighborhood. We have Coral Academy Charter School, which is our STEAM charter school. They are a K-12, and they do have numerous campuses around the Reno area. They are also one of our 5-star performing charter schools. High Desert Montessori Charter is our K-8. It says K-9 up there, but they did drop 9th grade recently. They are a K-8 charter school focusing on free Montessori education programs. They're located over off Audi Boulevard on Silverado. We have Mariposa Dual Language Academy, which is a full dual language Spanish and English academy for kindergarten through 5th grade. They're located over near the airport, and they are currently a 3-star performing school. We have Encompass Academy Charter School, formerly known as Rain Shadow from years ago. They did do a restructuring just a few years back, and they serve 9th to 12th grade students, celebrating an 86% graduation rate this last year despite the COVID pandemic, and they serve our at-risk alternative education students. And then last but not least, we have the Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School, otherwise known as SNACS in the community. They're housed over on Stead Boulevard, and they are currently a K-8 serving charter school, but they are recently converted to a K-12 with an additional campus over on Fox Avenue near the Job Corps campus. So what do we offer our charter schools? Well, they do pay us 1.5% of their per pupil funding. That covers our cost of doing business. So what do we do and what do we offer? Well, they help pay for my position, right? But I oversee all of the charter schools, ensuring NAC, NRS guidelines, charter audits, financial and grant oversight. But I also host monthly technical assistance team meetings. We also include all of our charter schools in our district professional development, as well as our departmental professional development and our PLC discussions. We perform ongoing site visits. We interact with the parents in the community to ensure that their needs are being met and their services are being rendered. And we also have offer several partnerships with our Washoe County School District departments. For example, our Department of Family School Partnerships and our CIT, Children in Transition Department, are very closely intertwined with our charter schools, as well as our counseling. And then last but not least, we do provide technical assistance on grants. A majority of our charter schools are incorporated or wrapped into the grant writing we do as a district. So as such, we are their LEA when it comes to grant writing purposes here in the community. So my role is the charter liaison. I maintain awareness, understanding, and impact of charter school laws on public education. I work closely with the leadership team to inform them of changes in law as they come up from legislative sessions. I oversee the extension of programs and district services to our charter schools, and I provide that liaison connection. So if they don't know who to email or call, I provide that resource to them. I conduct monthly tech meetings. We orchestrate resources and conduct annual performance reviews. And we correspond with the Department of Education on behalf of our charter laws and sponsor expectations. I attend all the charter board meetings, so this board meeting in and of itself is not new to me. I go to them. And I do help and assist the grants department in overseeing any and all grant opportunities. Oh, yeah, I was like, why is it not going forward?
I'm trying to be quick.
Well, I have to say that the annual charter monitoring, the ugly word audit, we like to call it monitoring, really involves the concerted effort of multiple departments here in Washoe County School District. I'm not going to read off. They are listed there. Altogether, there are 38 areas of charter monitoring that are reported annually to the state after you have reviewed them. So you'll be getting those in your next board packet for the February 22nd board meeting. And it is a quite comprehensive overview as it relates to NAC and NRS as far as are our charter schools performing at level? Are they meeting the laws and expectations? And what are we doing to assist and provide support? So each area of the performance monitoring tool that you will see in 2 weeks is going to be either marked compliant, marginally compliant, or non-compliant. What we want to see for all of our charter schools are all 38 areas either compliant or marginally compliant. When you preview that document as it comes into your board docs, they'll be color-coded for easy review. Green meaning all good, it's a go. Blue meaning marginally compliant, meeting compliance minimal standards, but there's area for growth. And then non-compliant will be shaded in red for your notice. Our process is collaborative. It does solicit feedback from all Washoe County School District departments. I do share those areas of non-compliance prior to any submissions to you all for final review. And all of our charter schools have an opportunity to submit corrective action plans to help mitigate or close those areas of concern prior to the beginning of the next school year. The charter schools can correct their discrepancies prior to you seeing the final report. That's my goal. We want everything to look good before you see it. So I'm hoping that next time we see each other, we're going to be in pretty good standing. That final report is submitted to the Department of Education in the state of Nevada, and it does outline what our agreements are as an assurance that we are using that 1.5 per pupil spending appropriately. So as stated before, all of our district sponsors, chartered schools, they participate in our professional development. They solicit support and guidance. We provide and target support for all of our charter schools based on our areas of concern, deficiency, or marginally compliant areas. And we also work collaboratively with our parental community to resolve any issues and assist our charter schools in mitigating or getting those resources out to our families. So that concludes my presentation, but I'm sure many of you have some questions, and I'm here to answer them.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much. I mean, I'll always really, and I've been through this a couple of times with you, but it's always really informative, because sometimes it's really unclear where the lines are drawn, and they're public schools, but they aren't in the district, and they have their own board, but that one's not sponsored. I mean, so having that kind of clarification for us helps us as we answer questions from, constituents, our communities, and so on. So we'll start with Clerk Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. So, the marginally compliant, okay, so I don't know if I'm remembering this right, but it seems like there were lots of different categories and they were in lots of different places. Is there a minimum of marginally compliant? I mean, where do you draw the lines? I guess is what I'm asking.
Sure. We draw a pretty hard line because it's outlined in NRS and NAC. If they're not meeting legislative guidelines, they are non-compliant, plain and simple. If we see any areas of marginal compliance, a great example of that is our Curriculum and Instruction Department under Kendra Fox. They do a very thorough monitoring of all the instructional materials for every single charter school in Washoe County. Obviously, they're doing something if they're meeting minimal state standards. But Kendra's team always has great suggestions to improve instruction. And if they see areas that aren't quite exceptional, she is willing to express some suggestions to the charter schools to help improve in those areas as they look to next year, because ultimately all of our charter schools want to be 5-star.
So
Please, please.
So it's an ongoing fluid, is that right? And then, this is a terrible thing to ask, but when do we say, this isn't working anymore?
That's a great question, Trustee Minetto. So basically, you're correct. Our charter monitoring is very fluid. It's very collaborative. It takes a collective dialogue between Washoe County School District and our charter schools to maintain a thumb on the monitoring and the improvement of our charter schools. If a charter school is underperforming in a gross area of neglect, and those areas are financial insolvency, in other words, are they falling apart financially, which can happen, and we've had that happen with some of our charter schools. If they are academically underperforming, which means they have to be below 2-star for 3 years consecutive, or if they have an organizational malfunction, in other words, they're not meeting health code inspections, they're not meeting safety and security outlines at their charters, or they're not having sufficient staffing that are certified in personnel. Those areas could justify a charter school coming back before you, where we would have a very candid discussion about sanctions, reconstitution of their governing board, or closure.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. And I think those questions were around at what point do we get concerned enough to say that, hey, something's got to give, so to speak. And okay. Trustee Church, and then I'll go to Trustee Rodriguez.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am. Very, very informative. What do these schools, that when they do their testing, ACT, SBAC, whatever it is, does that reflect on the Washoe County School District, or are they separate?
And Trustee Church, that is again a great question. Our charter schools are considered autonomous organization, so their performance on their testing and so forth is uniquely identified and correlated to their charter school. However, under our former Ben Hayes and our accountability department, we embrace them. We report them to the community as part of our own as well, but they don't go into our cohort graduation accountability and data monitoring, but we do communicate, articulate, and advertise their performance in our portfolio.
So, like ACT scores, for example, that would be reflected in our school district scores?
Not as part of our district collaborative, but they are listed as an autonomous school that is considered a sponsored charter school underneath Washoe County's umbrella.
And you probably said this, but about how many students are in the total academies?
Sure. Overall, ACE currently this year has 212 students. They're under enrollment. Bailey Charter at 185, under enrollment. Coral Academy, their high school, 424. Their elementaries, 281, and their middle school, 552. They're at enrollment targets. Encompass Academy is at 98 students, but they're purposely low because of the students they serve. High Desert Montessori, 361, they are at enrollment. Mariposa at 153, they are under enrollment. And Sierra Nevada Academy Charter, they're at 316, and they are also under enrollment.
So roughly, it sounds like a couple thousand?
A couple thousand, just short of 3,000 altogether.
Alrighty. And do we have any 1 or 2-star? Of course, we haven't done that in a few years, I guess.
Actually, our charter schools have been very active with the Charter School Association in Nevada in that regard, Mr. Church, because there is statute in place that states if a charter school is underperforming under 2 stars for 3 consecutive years, they will be closed. Knowing that we're coming out of a COVID pandemic, they are asking legislators to normalize the data so that they have an honest and equitable opportunity to pick up where they left off or pick up in the current status of where they are. For example, Encompass Academy is a 1-star school. Last they were formally evaluated by the state, but they had an 86% graduation rate this last year, which won't go anywhere. We need those updated STAR reports, the NSPFs, to truly reflect on where our charter schools are at.
And then I think my final question, how do they pick their teachers? Are they through us, or do they just independently have hiring?
That's actually a collaborative effort. They hire and recruit their own teachers. Most of our charter schools are not in competition with us, so they try to match the benefit packages and salaries of that of Washoe County School District. They have participated in our recruiting fairs thanks to the collaborative efforts of our Human Resources Department. And our Human Resources Department does have a unique hyperlink on their hiring page that allows the public to click on it to see what advertised vacancies are existing in our local sponsored charter schools.
Are they generally recruiting better because maybe the teachers feel compelled to face those challenges, or are they having a harder time? How does that flesh out?
Mr. Church, I can speak very candidly that students and staff go back and forth very frequently between our sponsored charter schools and Washoe County School District. That is why we want to keep things equitable on the playing field when it comes to packages, salaries, and offerings, because things do change, families do move, and they do seek different opportunities here in the community.
So that forces one more question. They're in PERS then, and they can come back to us without losing their tenure, their seniority?
That's correct, Mr. Church. They are PERS employees. They are paid and held under the same payroll guidelines as we in our school district.
And they can come back to school district?
Microphone.
They can return, if they go over there to one of the charters, decide they want to come back, they come back and they don't lose their seniority or their tenure with the school district.
There is a clause in NRS that states that if we lose a staff member to a charter school, we will hold incumbent their seniority for up to 3 years to allow them to make that decision. But if they extend beyond that 3-year commitment and then attempt to come back to Washoe County, they have to go back through the pooling process just like all other candidates.
I might add, you wanted to say something on that, Madam Superintendent?
Clarify that as well.
Oh, and what she just did? Would you talk a little bit, I don't quite remember this piece, Ms. Cooper, about they have certain percentages of certified teachers that they must keep that's a little bit different than us at charters. Am I correct?
You are correct, but our Human Resources Department holds them to the same caliber as our own teachers. So when you get your monitoring reports on February 22nd and you look under the Human Resources, Deshaun Reed has noted how many staff members are highly qualified teachers and how many are not. But he does also specify and recognize we are in a teacher shortage right now in the state of Nevada, and that we do have some emergency clauses that allowed our schools, including our charters, to fill those classroom needs for the purpose of this school year. But our charter schools usually respond to that, and I put that in the commentary where their staff are in that process towards whether it's ARL licensure, full licensure, accreditation, so forth.
Does that make sense? They have a little more flexibility than we do in that, although because they're part of our system and so on. And we'll be able to see that when the report comes out.
And President Taylor, just to clarify, some of that legislative language that most recently has really closed that gap.
Okay.
They really cannot employ a teacher for a core academic area unless they are highly qualified. The only school that still hires private sector professionals is ACE because of their career tech focus. Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that's actually closed up. It's not as it used to be.
That's correct.
Okay.
It has changed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think Trustee Rodriguez had a question, and I see a couple here as well. Please.
Yeah, I think mine's pretty simple. It might be for Superintendent McNeil or Chief. Are our charter schools protected by our school police?
No, they are not. We actually historically used to serve and assist in our charter schools, but due to some budget cuts that happened about 5 years ago, we did cease that contract of connectedness with our charter schools. However, our charter schools do contact our ombudsman office for guidance and support on disciplinary proceedings so that they are getting a chance to hear what's our process, what's our discipline plan say, so that they can correlate and adapt or adopt their own policies similar to ours. And they do contact our school police if there are concerns, and they do share information. So if there's a code yellow happening at Alice Taylor and High Desert Montessori calls and says, hey, we see police activity, we do share that there is a code yellow. We advise you lock down as well, and they do follow in that suit. So it's not a zero tolerance, we cut them off at the heels. We do work with our charter schools, but we just don't have the policing to respond to high school fights, suspicious activity, things of that nature. They contact local authorities.
Chief Trevino, just to clarify a couple things. There's actually a statute that allows them to contract separately for police services, but it's that same statute that follow, or different statute, but the same that private schools can contract with us. So it's not included as part of their package for what they're paying for at the district. They would have to pay for that service. It's not by NRS included.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, and thank you, Chief. I'm not sure who was first on this side, so we'll go.
Are you sure?
Is that Dr. Nicolette?
Thank you. You're so gracious. I have had the opportunity to spend many hours with Stacy and visit all 7 of our charter schools. I'm beginning round 2, revisiting, and I will tell you without doubt, there's several aspects that I would like to share with you. Number 1 is there is a level of trust and respect that clearly has been cultivated through partnership, through Stacy providing a level of expertise, through, here's an example, through Roy Anderson, our risk manager, helping schools with certain, programming and health and safety kinds of aspects. Our facilities folks helping with when there's new building going on, for example, High Desert Montessori, helping with certain questions and areas of expertise that we help them with so they don't need to call someone else in. And the level, again, of respect and trust to me is just heartwarming. And the use of our departments throughout Washoe County School District, curriculum and instruction being another one of them, it goes to the general heartfelt philosophy of all of us involved that we want to do the best we can for our students, because every student is all of our students. And it's just a wonderful collaboration, and I have such a good time when I go there. Every program is so unique, and just they've been so gracious. And quite frankly, I learn a lot because on every visit I've ever made, there's always another question for Stacy, because something's always going on. A law is changing, or they're working on some programming, and so it's just been wonderful. And I would suggest to you, when you have an opportunity, let this fine lady take you, and you'll have a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. A lot of my questions have already been answered by a lot of the trustees asking them, so I have a few rookie questions, so forgive me. So there are just 7 state-sponsored charter schools in Washoe County and 7 Washoe County School District charter schools, different, right?
That's correct. So there's 14 charter schools altogether in the Reno area.
So are the staff at these charter schools, are they school district employees? So
No, they are teachers that are hired off the same marketing efforts that we do here in Washoe County.
But they're funded from our budget, right?
No, they're not funded by Washoe County School District at all. Matter of fact, one of the unique things about charter schools is the majority of our charter schools run completely and solely off per pupil funding. Nothing more, nothing less. It hasn't been until recently that they have had an opportunity to petition for grants specific to charter schools or leverage a voice in participating in some of our own some of our own grant programs.
So their funding comes from the state, similar to ours. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay.
Their money comes straight from the state per pupil allocated funding, just like we receive here.
So what's the advantage for us to sponsor a charter school?
Well, we do have a 1.5% sponsorship fee, so that does bring us some inflow of curriculum or inflow of monies for our school district. But ultimately, if I can be candid, it's more of a political gesture that we are showing the community that we are willing to support our parents and our students here in Washoe County as a community, and that we acknowledge and support that some of our families may need a different niche than what their zone school provides. And so having that collaborative connection with our charter schools gives our family a trusting nudge in knowing that there is a resource in Washoe County School District that will support them in whatever school options they pursue.
Okay, well said. And then follow up to that, are we soliciting, are we encouraging more charter schools? Or we just generally react to that?
That's a good question, Mr. Mayberry. Historically, long ago, and it's a great story, long ago, when charter schools were initially launched in Nevada, they sprang with such enthusiasm, there was very limited laws that protected the sponsor. So Washoe County School District and Clark County collaboratively put a moratorium in place that was shared with the State Department of Education that stated that we were happy with the number we had and we didn't want to entertain any more new charters. We have the ability to lift or propose or discuss lifting that moratorium, but as of right now, we do have a moratorium in place which limits how many charter schools are a consideration of charter school applications for our district. What we are seeing right now in the community is an increased interest in charter schools coming to the Washoe County area from the state-sponsored charter process.
Oh, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Superintendent?
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And I'll just add on to what Stacy had stated as far as, so the beginning of a charter school is around their charter and what their expertise is. And so when Stacy says they have a particular niche, that's what their charter is developed on, is what that particular niche is for. So for example, Coral Academy, their niche is science and technology. And the other thing about charter schools is that the beginning of charter schools was really around what types of programs could larger public schools take into consideration, as far as if you have a really great program that's showing, you know, academic results, then the district can take a look at that program, right? And it's all about what works best for students and where are you going to get the most outcomes, student-based outcomes. So we do take a look at our charter schools, our district-sponsored charter schools, are there programs that they're using that we may be able to scale up within the school district. And that's a really important distinction with our district-sponsored charter schools, and to what Dr. Nicolette was talking about as far as collaboration. So whether it's science-based, STEAM-based, ACE, charter school and what they're doing around CTE, we want to take a look what those programs are, and if we can scale it up, then we'll take a look at that. But that's really when you talk about charter schools, because they have certain charters that they're held to, and we have certain, curriculum that we can use, and that has to be approved by the state. They do not have to go with that same type of curriculum.
Thank you, Dr. McKill. Does that answer that? Absolutely. Clear as mud, right? Other questions, comments? No, it's a good conversation, because it's like you said, it's part of a conversation in the community, and we know as more opportunities for you want school to look different, is what is our role in that and how do we support that. And at the same time, manage the district and those requirements that we have from a state level. And sometimes they can do this, as shared from the superintendent. Okay, well, thank you. We're going to see you back in a couple of months, right, with the monitoring?
No, not a couple of months. You're going to see me on the 22nd of this month.
Couple of weeks. That's what I meant.
Couple of weeks.
Yes. A couple of weeks. I thought it was closer to the end of the year. A couple of weeks, and with some monitoring reports on those charter schools. So, thank you for your work. Really important work to assist those schools.
Thank you for the candid discussions.
You're very welcome. Thank you. All right, everyone. Look, we have two, which I think will be two pretty big agenda items left, and dinner got here about 30 minutes ago, so let's take a quick dinner break. Actually, we probably won't be that quick. So 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We usually take 20. Let's take 20. Then we'll come on back, and we'll get those two big important items. And then just as a reminder, we do have public comment that's been coming in since we've been in the meeting, so if you haven't been reading and watching, please make sure you glance over. Some of them have to do in particular with the COVID item, and we want to make sure we get that input as well. All right, everybody, we will be right back. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, why don't we go ahead and get started? Get restarted.
I have to put a picture up just below them.
Okay. All right, we have everything on the agenda is important. We have two more important agenda items remaining, and we will begin with the strategic plan reporting. Washoe County School District strategic plan bridge year reporting of metrics from the 2020-2021 school year related to the following goals and possible action to provide direction to update or revise the associated 2021-22 school year response to recovery measurable outcomes as needed. This is on goal 3, to engage family, staff, trustees, and community members in strong relationships, providing meaningful opportunities to increase their educational expertise and trust, and to share responsibility for student success. And now, am I starting with you, Dr. McNeil?
Yes, you are, Madam President. Thank you so much. And as you all know, trustees, we do this on a regular basis. This is all part of our strategic plan reporting. So you have your adopted vision and mission, which is in our response to recovery. And then the strategic plan that we are reporting on now, and I always like to review this to kind of put it within the context, is in the school year 2020-2021. So the metrics that you'll be seeing today are from last school year, 2020-2021. And that is in our bridge strategic plan. Moving into next year, you will then be reported on with the 2021-2022 metrics. Okay. So for today, as you can see there on February 8th, we are going to be reporting on Goal 3, Family and Community Engagement. And that goal is to engage families, staff, trustees, and your community in strong relationships, provide meaningful opportunities to increase their educational expertise and trust, and to share responsibility for student success. So today's strategic plan reporting will be entirely focused around Goal 3. And with that, I will turn it over to Michelle Anderson, our Communications and Community Engagement Officer.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Good evening, President. I guess it's still afternoon. Good evening, or good afternoon, President Taylor. I know. President Taylor, trustees, thank you for having me. Unfortunately, our communications manager, Megan Downs, who served as the interim chief for our office during this time, wanted to be here to present, but she's got some sick kiddos at home, and so she's at home recuperating. I also have Angie Russell, our administrative and board services manager. She does have one of the items that is on our list, so if there are questions, she will be here to help answer questions. So today I'm going to review each of the objectives from, again, last school year, the 2020-2021 school year, and the associated measurable outcomes. I will then briefly highlight the updated objectives as outlined in our current two-year strategic plan, the response to recovery, which the board approved on June 22nd, 2021, and it covers our following school years, the one we're currently in, the 21-22 school year, and the 22-23 school year. And so you'll see up there for goal number 3, the first objective that we previously had was to expand the scope and effectiveness of trustee, staff, and community communications, hoping to increase those view rates across all media and platforms by 5%. Our area of success we saw, I think as people noticed, obviously during the pandemic, there was a lot more virtual. That was an opportunity. So we had successful district events held virtually with excellent attendance, including our Back to School Expo that we had to do virtually with more than 3,000 viewers. Our metrics around videos showed a dramatic gain. Our YouTube dramatically upticked in subscribers, our number of hours watched, and more than doubled on YouTube. Our Facebook page reach increased by 60%, and you'll be able to see the graph in just a few minutes. Since July 1, we had 154 media advisories, statements, and news releases that had been issued, and 90% of those resulted in media coverage, which I think is excellent. We're not just pushing out information no one's picking up, we're actually having our media partners cover that for us. We held 30 media briefings, and 100% of those were attended by media partners. Our Spanish language page grew rapidly as a source of district news during the pandemic. Sorry, I did not click that ahead. And some of the barriers we saw, user behaviors and habits changed drastically over the pandemic and the year we're reporting. And so there could be some kind of outlier gains as technology became a larger part of most people's social media, or most people's lives. And then I will say this, because it even happened to me, social media and information fatigue during this time because of the misinformation campaigns that are out on as you watch social media, and obviously during the pandemic. I think there was times where all of us kind of took a little bit of a break from that. So I think that is something to keep in mind. And there are large segments of our community that have limited digital access. I think that the pandemic really showed that divide due to economic hardships and the high cost of devices and internet services. And then another note that I'd like to put in there, younger segments of the population are transitioning to different social media platforms. TikTok, as we know, has been in the news quite a bit, the WhatsApp, et cetera. And so those are not really conducive to broadcasting district messages. So those are just a few things we noted as barriers. And as I mentioned, we've got, and I'll let you read that for yourself, because I am, I would say, site challenged. You've got the YouTube page data there as well, and our Facebook data, so that you can read for yourself those increases in that. As I mentioned, and as you guys approved, we have updated our objectives for this school year and following. I won't go through each and every one of those, but we wanted to make sure that they were meaningful objectives, something that we could clearly measure, and something that we could report back to the board to show how we are making a difference and how we are getting information out to our families, our students, and our community. So those are the updated objectives. Maybe. No. There we go. Thank you, JJ. The next objective was to strengthen strategic trustee communication partnerships, including stakeholders, constituents, and schools. Making sure our trustees had a consistent attendance at meetings, ensure all schools were visited at least once annually by trustees, and ensure constituent concerns, questions, or complaints were not only tracked but responded within a 72-hour period. Also strengthen, still continuing with the straightening that those partnerships, is to increase trustee attendance at school and community events, at those district and board sponsored events, and then obviously recognizing those contributions of our volunteers. We absolutely value all our volunteers that serve in our schools and throughout our district, and we want to make sure that we're honoring their time and service. So you will see on this graph, and I won't read through all of it, but this is about the attendance at our meetings, consistent attendance at meetings by Board of Trustees. You will notice the percentages next to each trustee's name, and obviously this was our previous board or boards. I will say, obviously, the attendance was impacted or may have been impacted by the election cycle. Because you have some trustees, obviously, that were appointed, new ones coming into office, and then we have 2 districts that had more than 1 trustee representative. But I think you guys did a great job if you take a look at what those percentages are. Here we go. I think I skipped. There we go. The next one is ensure all schools were visited at least once annually by each of the trustees. We had 100% of all of our schools visited annually by our trustees, with several schools visited more than once. Many trustees also visited the district-sponsored charter schools, as you guys just heard in the previous presentation. And a barrier is COVID-19 restrictions, of course, made it difficult as schools were facing many new daily challenges, but we still hit that 100% mark, which I think is exceptional. I'd like to give a quick little shout out to Colleen DeLong. All of you guys know she does a yeoman's job of making sure to work with the schools, because we want to make sure that it is in the great time frame for them, and to organize and schedule those. And the next one is to ensure constituent concerns, questions, or complaints are tracked and responded within that 72-hour period. Again, this metric was achieved with a 92% success rate, Automatic responses assisted in setting that expectation for the community so that they knew when it was winter break, if it was over the holiday or weekend, that when they could expect that response. I think the big thing was that launch of the public comment email in 2020, which greatly increased public engagement. Public engagement in online trustee meetings and online public comment reached an unprecedented high. As far as barriers, our sheer volume of emails sent to trustees has made this 72-hour commitment a challenge. And constituent responses was moved from that 48-hour to that 72-hour mark due to that high level. And again, a huge shout out to our departments and our schools for the answers that they provide. When we have a constituent that is asking a question, I can truly say that there is due diligence done by all of the offices, departments, and schools to make sure we get that information to that constituent in a timely fashion. Again, increased trustee attendance at school and community events. There was a 77% attendance by trustees at school and community events. Again, virtual made this even more possible, having those virtual events. And again, we did have a limited, as a barrier, we did have, even though we provided in-person learning, there were some restrictions, as we know, community-wide and at schools to have those large groups of people in that. So hopefully we will be able to see that moving forward, open up even more. Increase trustee attendance at district organized board or sponsored events. 68 attendance by trustees. Again, virtual events that made it even more possible for trustees to be able to attend multiple events. And then the same thing with the protocols. COVID protocols did limit the number of events in school and community wide. And then this one I want to draw particular attention to. It's recognizing the contributions of volunteers and honor their time of service. And the reason why I say particular attention, obviously with the COVID pandemic, we couldn't have our volunteers coming into our schools in the way that we normally would. And so this metric was put on pause. But again, I want to give a huge shout out to our volunteers. They do a fantastic job. We couldn't do what we do without them. We definitely want to recognize them. And there's a little note over on the side. At the end of last fiscal year and the beginning of this one, volunteer services is now moved over to our human resources department. It falls now under Chief Emily Ellison. I think it makes a little bit more sense as we started to look at that broader picture. The background checks, all the connecting with the appropriate departments and needs, and so that now falls underneath her. So I'm looking forward to next year. I'll have a partner sitting up next to me. And then our updated goals, our updated objectives, again, which you guys approved back in June. So I put that on the screen and made sure to include it in the pack so that anybody that was going online would be able to see what those updated objectives were. And that concludes the presentation. Open for any questions if you have some.
Okay, looking to our colleagues, thank you for that. I see, why don't we go to public comment first, and then Trustee Church, you can start us off.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome, Ms. Coley.
Hi. I wonder when this goal was implemented. Was it before the new trustees were installed? If it was, I believe you have failed to strengthen inclusive two-way community engagement and foster authentic relationships, and definitely did not recover any trust. I have to say, after going to the Reno School Choice Fair on January 29th, I know people are desperately trying to find any alternative than sending their children to Washoe County schools because they are failing their students. I hate saying this. My boys had a wonderful experience at Roy Gom, Swope, and Reno High, but they are 23 and 27. Since then, I have seen the quick demise of Washoe County School District. And it seems to coincide with the all-encompassing social emotional learning and other non-academic programs. And I find it interesting that the one impediment to the potential superintendent is the dysfunction of this board. I wonder if they are aware that there are 4 openings coming up in November. Come January, I do not believe the board will look anything like it does today.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay. Thank you, JD. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Going back to slide where you talk about 3.1, build and expand social media engagement. And you, the third bullet point on the left side, areas of success.
Hang on, let us catch up with you.
Sure. I don't see a page number.
Yeah, I don't
I believe
either.
it's on slide 7.
7. Okay, you said third bullet point? Everyone there? It says 3.1 at the top, right? Is that where you are, Trustee
Yes.
Church?
And then the third bullet point, held 30 media briefings, and 100% were attended by
Okay.
media partners.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain media partners?
So the media briefings that they, and again, I started in late March. The media briefings they have at that time, I believe it was weekly. It was every Friday, and they send it out to those that are reporting. I would say more of our traditional media partners, where we're looking at Reno Gazette Journal, Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 8. This is Reno. The Nevada Independent, those are the media partners that were in attendance for them. We never held a media briefing where we did not have a reporter or a media outlet that it was in attendance, so that is how that was tracked.
Okay. For the sake of offering input and just my personal opinion, not trying to be catty or anything, just facts, I have been on some of those meetings. I was on one in particular in which 2 people, I believe, legally qualified as media, and because they weren't invited, they were kicked off the Zoom meeting. Right as it began, they were there watching, and suddenly they were gone. And I inquired what happened, and I was told that the meetings are, quote, by invitation only, by a staff member of the Washoe County School District. I just want to voice my opposition to that. I don't think it's ours to pick and choose who gets to watch those. And if they qualify under the law and there's case law on what is a media, then they should never be kicked off or not allowed to attend one of those media briefings. Now, whether they get to ask questions, you see it at the White House, they pick and choose. That's a different story, but I just want to voice my concern. So noted, and then I'll move on.
Absolutely. Can I just
Sure.
quickly respond, Trustee Church? Absolutely agree that anybody could be a media outlet. I will say it is purposeful that in the objectives, when I came in, I do not have that as a measurable anymore, because I personally did not feel from a professional standpoint to track who attended a media briefing or not should be a measurable of what our success is with our department. And so I switched that. That was a long-standing objective that was in there. I will say we do make sure to post those media briefings within, I think it's honestly about 15 minutes after those media briefings, so that they are online and everybody can have access to it. But I do understand your concern.
Yeah, I mean, they're not allowed to attend. It's invitation only. They've asked to attend and they were told no. When they did log on, they were literally cut off. And granted, these people might be critics from time to time of the district, but that comes with the territory, and that's part of free speech, and criticism can be good. Criticism can help us look in the mirror and do better. So, okay, I'll move on. And then I just have a couple comments. You talked about the public comment. The public, I don't think, understands this, and I find it confusing. If you want to contact us as a board or as an individual, you can write public comments at washoeschools.net. Generally, my understanding, that's intended for agenda items, but you could do it any time of the day or night in between meetings. You write public comments. Then you can write board members at washoeschools.net, and that goes to us as well. Under public comment, it's generally the practice that the leadership team, if anybody, would respond, but we can't respond. This is important for the public because they come in right now. We can't respond during the meeting because that would put us over here having a private conversation that I can't have when someone speaks up there. So the public, I just put that on the record so you know. But the same thing with board members. Generally, it's leadership team. And of course, if you write the individual trustees, and many times they'll write us all, but they'll have us by name, then we get it that way and commonly respond. So I don't know, I just putting it on the record that it's a little confusing even to me as a trustee when I came on, the difference. And whether we want to keep that, again, I guess public comment is generally intended to make reference to an agenda item. With board members, you can just write anytime, but it goes on. You know, it's a little confusing, but just put that on the record.
Can I share a little something then?
Sure,
that,
thank
that
you.
might be helpful because there are several ways to contact us. You said public comment is a way to really communicate with us, and it's really just a way to make your comment known. It could be about agenda items, and sometimes we get public comments that are about general. Like when we get to the end of the meeting and we ask JJ if there are any public comments about, they can be about general things as well. If the public ever puts public comment, like if they send it to public comment, sometimes they send it to board members, but they say about public comments, we'll make sure we always treat it as public comments because public comments become a part of the record. And people certainly look for those public comments to be a part of the record. And they're added before those we get before the meeting up to a certain point, and then afterwards when the final record, it's on there as well. The reasoning, just so you know, if not responding to public comment, is not responding to public comment emails during the meeting. It's not responding to public comment emails, period. Because then it's still being treated differently. If I go home tonight and then respond to some of those, they're still being treated differently to, I'll just take that as Ms. Coley just got up and made a comment. That's different than we didn't engage on that. But if I go home and then respond to the email from Ms. Smith or whatever, that's still different. And the whole idea is to treat all the public comment the same. So it isn't necessarily because it's during the meeting. It's really because the idea is to treat all the public commenters the same, whether they appear in person or whether they have emailed us. So that piece I want to just kind of clarify a little bit. And because we, as a protocol, don't respond to public comment during the meeting, as a protocol, we don't respond to public comment when it's emailed. So that's a little bit of clarification around that.
And I would add that public comment, I always tie that to a board meeting or a meeting. And so keeping that as a different communication. I will say, obviously, my short time here, but my tenure over at other districts and at the city, the public comment really allows the opportunity where people, maybe they have a family or maybe they're working that night and they are unable to attend. It allows them really to engage more with, even though they're not fully two-way engaging,
Mm-hmm.
they're able to put their idea or share their idea and put that on public record.
And of course, we make every endeavor to read them. We can't always. You send me a video about masks that's 10 minutes long. I can't watch every video, but yeah, we do make an effort. But it's still confusing. If you write me and if you write board members, and the subject is masks, and you say on agenda item blah blah blah, well that doesn't go on the record. Mm-hmm. And that one, if it's not during the meeting, I can respond to under certain circumstances. Or if you write all the board members, I can respond. But I don't respond to the public comment, and then people go, how come you didn't respond? It is very confusing. I don't know if there's a fix to it. I'm just...
We will definitely take a look at the website to see if there's maybe a clearer way we can explain that, for sure.
Yeah, maybe even say, these will not be answered by the board, or these...
I think we have that. That's what I was just going to say.
Okay.
It's so if I'm a citizen, and I send it to public comments, the kickback will say that you won't get a response.
Okay.
So that part. Now, it doesn't mean somebody reads it.
Mm-hmm.
And it still doesn't mean it can't be more clear. Because the more clear it is, the better. But there is a message that goes back when someone sends to public comments. They do get in their response that says that we got their public comments, going to be added to the record. It does tell them they will not get a response.
Okay. And I know it is on the website, but again, I always, just hearing the feedback will make sure that I kind of take another look at that.
Yeah, it's just obvious, that you have the three. It's just kind of... Sure. I don't know if there's a fix, so I just put it on the record.
Sure.
And then my final comment, if it's wonderful visiting events, graduations, ROTC events, whatever it is, and it's wonderful visiting the schools. I visited every school in my district, some more than once. But I will say, in my opinion, when I came on the board, it's more important to represent the people's business that I meet with department heads. And this is just my opinion. So it's not a goal necessarily, but it's my choice as a trustee. To me, it was far more important than visiting a school and going into numerous classrooms to meet with the chief of police, to meet with the Mr. Mathers and understand bonding and budget and capital projects, and to meet with the accounting people and go over what that is, and to meet with every different department head to get the big picture. Academics, Mr. Parks, and everybody. To me, that was far more important to get the big picture, even though that's not represented on there. But I do want my constituents to know that's where I put my priority, my decision, in addition to meeting the schools. And please understand, if we visited every school all the time and every event, it's more than a 40 hours, probably an 80-hour-a-week job on top of our own personal lives. But I just put that on the record. But thank you for letting me pontificate.
I almost said that word, but I didn't want to. Thank you, Trustee Church. But I think the point is not lost in terms of, is there just a better way to make it more clear? Because the more clear it is that the community understands this is how I can reach out and say something and know that what I am saying is being heard. I think that's important.
Absolutely.
So certainly thank you for that. Trustee Rodriguez?
I do want to thank you for everything you guys do in your department. I know it's not easy, and we have a lot of good events that we have and a lot of successes that I do feel do not get heard enough. But with that, I do want to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees.
We have another comment here? We can do a motion in a second and then have some discussion. That's all right. Please go right ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees accepts the I move that the Board of Trustees accepts that the updated measurable outcome as presented related to Goal 3, Objectives 3.1 and 3.3 for the 2020-2021 school year.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor from Trustee Rodriguez and a second from Clerk Manetto. And I know we do have some discussion because your light has been on. Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. No, all good discussions, everybody said. I just, too, want to just chime in and thank your team and Colleen for all she does. And, as sort of the baby brother of this board, I've, it's always been important for me in my public career to be responsive and accessible all the time, after hours, weekends. And I can say that for this staff. I mean, I can contact the superintendent on a weekend. She calls me back. Had a conversation with her on Saturday with other staff after hours. So I appreciate that dedication because it's significant. And I think all seven of us know that this is more than a part-time job, and I know our hearts are in it, but we can't do it without the staff. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And I will say we are very happy to do that. We know that COVID put a little bit of a hitch in our plans, and as was commented on, we do want authentic two-way communication. We are actually in the process of scheduling some town halls now that we're getting some restrictions lifted, so that we really do hear from all of our community members. That is my goal as chief. That is the goal of our department, and really I think we had some successes, but we always know that there's more work to do, and we plan on doing that.
Okay, Trustee Church?
I just had a question on the motion.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, if we do this, if I approve the motion, if we do, does that mean this same procedure kicks over to next year? Or at some point might this be tweaked, such as, for example, meet with all department heads, which I didn't see in here. Is that?
Well, no, that would be something, if I may, I think what you're saying is you would like that to be an objective. Because part of what's happening is that is not a goal that's been in the strategic plan. And so really what we're doing is taking a vote on the metrics relating to those goals.
For that year?
Yeah, for the current year that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're voting on is the metrics in addition to updated objectives as we've seen on the screen. And so if you'd like the objectives to be different, right, modify, there's a recommendation for some updated, this will be the time before the motion, this will be the time for you to say, hey, I'd like to, there's a motion on the floor, so you'd have to ask for either a friendly amendment to the motion, right, because we have to deal with the motion that's on the floor, and your friendly amendment might be you want to do something different, but if it's a substantial difference, then the motion's on the floor, and you'd have to ask them to withdraw the motion. Help me from.
If you were to want to modify them, it would have to be withdraw the motion or a new one, because the current motion is to approve what's been proposed, so it would have to be a new motion or
Okay, that's what I thought. So we have to act on the motion that's on the floor unless that motion gets withdrawn. Part of your conversation now can be, hey, I'd like to ask you to withdraw the motion because I want to add this. I mean, that can be your opportunity to do that now if you like.
Well, just to clarify, if that motion passes, we move on to the next agenda item, or we can
Yes.
still have okay.
No, we move on to the next agenda item.
And then who would give the direction on what we change?
We make those decisions as a board, right? And then remember, we're the what, they're the how, right? And if we want to say, we want this what to change because we want this to be one of the objectives on this thing, and so this is the time for that to happen now. And so what I would recommend, because I know you want the board to consider something, right? So what I would recommend is that you say, hey, look, before you vote on this motion, let me throw this out there and see if there's any interest, and if so, we have to withdraw the motion and go over. So this would be your opportunity to make your play, so to speak. Does that make sense,
I
Trustee
think
Sher?
so. I'll try it.
Okay.
So yeah, I would like to ask that the motion be withdrawn temporarily for discussion about changing in the future. Does that sound right?
No, you might want to say what you want to change, because that's probably not going to be enough to get the motion withdrawn.
Okay. And that's the hard part, because that would be a lot of discussion, I think, by the board.
What do you have in mind?
Mainly, the main thing.
That's basically what he's saying. What I'm hearing council say, they say what it is that you, what is it that you would like to change?
See, and that's where that takes some deep dive. Obviously, the number one, meet with all department heads would be a nice goal.
That would be more an objective. That wouldn't be a goal.
Okay, goals and objectives, right. That would be a nice objective, that all trustees annually meet with all department heads.
Okay, now with that, the question would be, does that fall here? Because this is about family and community engagement. And I don't know that falls into family and community engagement.
Well, we do have the reference here that we visited all the schools and that we attended events, and our attendance at the board meetings, all of us being 100%. And I know I don't want to make this become too tedious or too involved. It's just for next year, and maybe somebody can think of a better way to make the motion, just to say that the superintendent shall develop goals and objectives for the following year.
I'm going to pause you for a minute, because we develop goals.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what we do.
Okay.
We develop goals, and then the superintendent and staff, they make some recommendations surrounding the objectives, and then they report back to us. That's the metrics. This is what we're doing and how we're measuring that. Then they report back to us, right, as how these are the reports. Remember, you asked me, when did this happen? They said, what's happening about every month. When they come back, they report back to us on that. So I see a couple of lights. They may be a lifeline to you. I'm not sure. So why don't we see where we are? Because I think you're kind of stuck, if I may. Yeah. Okay, Trustee Rodriguez, I saw you first, and Dr. Nicolette.
No, and Trustee Church, I hear what you're saying. The way I kind of see this is kind of almost like, I hate to say it, but almost like the bare minimum. We're supposed to visit our schools. We're supposed to attend events. I mean, that's pretty much a lot of our job description. I know a lot of us, I know I do, take it way further steps, meeting with state legislators, state senators, city councilmen and women. I mean, I know we all do a lot of work outside of this, but I think to put down on paper that, hey, on top of everything else that we do, we need to do this, this, and this. But I feel for the most part, a lot of us here on the board are going way beyond just visiting schools.
So it's what I will say, just based on, because that then we need to act on this motion, because that's the maker of the motion, and he's
Yep.
not willing to withdraw it. And
Yep.
help me if I'm...
You're correct so far.
Okay, all right, so we have a couple, did you want to comment specifically to that, or?
I'm willing to accept that, because it's not like we're penalized, it's just, these are the goals, and if we want to do it, we don't have to, and if we want to do it, we can, so.
It is prohibited.
Prohibited, and if I'm not 100% attendance, I don't get penalized except by the voters, so I understand.
And visiting departments is what I was trying to say. Visiting departments is not prohibited either. Did you have a comment, Dr. Nicolette?
I do. To bring us back to the fact that this is strategic plan reporting for 2020, 2021, this has already happened. And so I hear what you're saying, and I think when the opportunity arises, we can look at 22, 23 and see if there's elements that we want to add. I would suggest that right now, let's move forward with the motion, see what happens for 2021.
Okay, what I will say is these objectives that are being updated are the objectives for 22, 23.
Well, then why does the report say school year 2020, 2021?
It does, but if you see updated objective, remember when we planned, we passed a 2-year strategic plan, right, called the Response to Recovery. Okay, and they're reporting back on the metrics from the first year of the plan.
Correct.
And then after that, with things that we've learned and yada yada, they're
Correct.
updating some of the objectives from the 2-year strategic plan. So now the updated objectives are, okay, this is what happened this year, and based upon that, they want to adjust some of the objectives for the second year of the strategic plan. Superintendent McNeil, am I reading what staff is saying here correctly?
Right, so we're going to bring up the PowerPoint because this is what we were talking about at the very beginning. So you have your bridge strategic plan, right? Your 5-year strategic plan ended in 1920.
Correct.
Then you had a bridge year, which was 2021. Those are the metrics that you all are seeing when we report out on a strategic plan.
Correct.
Those are the metrics that you're seeing. We've then had several work sessions where we developed the Response to Recovery strategic plan. And these are the updated objectives in the 21, 22, 22, 23 strategic plan. Then moving forward from your Response to Recovery strategic plan, you would hopefully develop a new strategic plan looking at new goals, objectives. I also want to go back, Michelle or JJ, if you can go back to a slide that shows a measurable outcome. So move forward, move forward, move forward, move forward, forward, stop. So let's go over what these numbers are. So goal 3 is family and community engagement, and you have the definition of your goal.
Mm-hmm.
The objective is 3.1, and that is to strengthen inclusive two-way communication and community engagement. That is your objective. Your measurable outcome, what we used to call initiative, your measurable outcome is the very last number. So that is 3.11, build and expand social media, 3.12, create quarterly proactive. So you have your goal, your objective, and then your measurable outcomes. And so these are the approved objectives and measurable outcomes for this year, for your strategic plan, Response to Recovery, and 2022-2023. That's why we're going through and saying these are all the updated objectives that you all approved, and are there any other changes that you all want in your 2-year strategic plan?
Then may I suggest, I get it, that the agenda item does not reference that. It really is update or revise 21-22. So what you're saying is that if we were to make a friendly and add visiting departments, it would be in effect through just 22. Because that's what the agenda item says. It doesn't say 22, 23.
And it's within your 2-year strategic plan. So if you're updating one of these objectives, it's for your 2-year strategic plan for this year, right? We're in present to update it for this year. And then you could update it for next year as well, too. We're just updating for this year. So if there's something with what we're doing right now that the board wants to change within one of these objectives, now is the time to let us know. So that moving forward in 2022, 2023, that's the objective and the measurable outcome that we're going to be measuring. We're reporting on 2021. That's finished. Those are the measurable outcomes, and that's the data that we're showing. So go back to goal 1, student academic outcomes. So when you look at those measurable outcomes, whether it's with SBAC, 10th grade credit attainment, if there was an objective that you wanted staff to change for this year in measurement, going into next year, that's what we're asking the board to review.
Did you hear that, please? It's change it for this year going into next year.
I do, and I get that. I would just happen to suggest to you that the agenda item does not reflect that ability. But I get what you're saying, absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I was going to say, Council, why don't you weigh in on that?
Let me slightly
'cause-
clarify. You're voting on amending it for this year. It will just by natural effect get amended and be reflected in what they present to you for next year. So you are correct in what you're reading here, in that the vote to change it would affect the 21-22 school year, which is change it now, as Dr. McNeil just said.
So then it would be, it would be embedded in the 22-23. It would be a revision.
Unless the board decides we want to do something different, which that is not on the agenda. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But so what Trustee Church in effect is saying that let's change it right here because then it carries over.
Okay. Did you know you said that?
I know I opened a can of worms, and again, I'm willing to go along with the program today, and because for one thing, I was negligent. If I was really doing my job, I should have been prepared before the meeting to come say this is what I want, and I wasn't. And I get it. I get what Trustee Rodriguez said. And again, this is all essentially voluntary anyway. There's no punishment. And we all consistently attend the meeting. So, yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, and back to this. There is a motion and a second on the floor. And that would certainly needs to be dealt with. So we're going to go ahead and vote on that. A friendly amendment was asked for. It was like, no, not accepted. So we're going to move forward with that motion. If that motion passes, then we go on to the next agenda item. If the motion does not pass, right, and then we go back and have further discussion and see what's the pleasure of the board. So once again, JJ, just for the record, would you just kind of repeat the motion for us?
That the Board of Trustees accepts the updated measurable outcomes as presented relating to Goal 3, Objectives 3.1 and 3.3 for the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor that was made by Trustee Rodriguez. It was seconded by Clerk Manetto. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Okay, so thank you very much. All right. All right, so now we're getting into agenda. I'd be remiss if I didn't just remind everyone, please. You know, we're still under the governor's directive, so I have to remind everyone to please wear your mask and please wear covering both your nose and your mouth. That's staff, that's visitors, that's trustees, that's everyone. We're going to be having a discussion. I get it, I do. But we do want to ask everyone, at least for the time that we're still under the directive, if that we just follow house rules, if you would. I would appreciate everyone. Again, just covering your nose and your mouth. I'd appreciate that, please, everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go on to agenda item 3.08, discussion and possible action to review and provide direction on current COVID-19 mitigation measures in effect for the 21-22 school year, including facilities management, transportation, staff and student exclusions, and face coverings for district facilities and school sites based on current federal, state, and local guidance. And this, of course, is for possible action. Am I turning it over to you, Dr. McNeil? And then, of course, there's staff that's present as well.
Thank you very much. And so, as typical, when we have our items, we will highlight our guiding principles and any previous board action. And so let's spend a little bit of time on this one, because I think you all have received, there's been a lot of questions around the Carson City School District and what went into effect for them. So I want to make it very clear, Carson City School District is still in compliance with Directive 048, as is the Washoe County School District. As you all know, that within Directive 048, there is a distinction between school districts and the population. So Washoe County and Clark County fit within counties above 100,000 population. Carson City is below 100,000. And so when this decision was made by their superintendent, they are still in compliance with 048 as far as for students and staff. What Carson City did is during the surge, they went to a more restrictive mask policy, which any board is allowed to do. You can always go more restrictive. Just as this board made the decision to test vaccinated and unvaccinated athletes, that decision was to go stricter and to have students now under the mandate for masks. Now that the numbers are ticking down, the decision was made by their superintendent to come back into where they were at the beginning of the year. But I want to make it very clear that Carson City is still in compliance with 048, as is the Washoe County School District in compliance with 048. So if we can move forward from that, and that's exactly what I basically just said, only with a lot more words. And this was the guidance, as you all know, that DHHS released, and this was what your January 11th decision was based on when we reduced the quarantine and the isolation periods from 10 to 5 days. And so with that, I will turn it over to Dr. LaMarca.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Dr. Taylor, President Taylor, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. Excuse me. Paul LaMarca, Chief Strategies Officer. This is the COVID risk meter. You've been reviewing this for a long time now. As of today, we are still in the very high region, but the score was 9.0. At this point on Friday, when we updated the presentation, it was at 13.5. So there's a little bit of good news there, but we're still in the very high risk area for the community. This is the state dashboard that talks the number of cases in the previous week, number of cases this year. So that's maybe something to take a look at. There's student cases that total for the year 2006, staff cases 342. In this current month, 522 cases. So things are coming down, but things are very hot still. This is the cases per 100,000 that we've been tracking for several different populations, very young children, sort of our elementary school age children, our secondary school age children, and then the community as a whole. And very good news on this slide, because you can see that the trend is downward. But if you look at the figures for case rates per 100,000 still exceed where we were back in September, which was problematic. So one thing I wanted, well, let me jump actually to the next slide and then I'll say a couple things. This is test positivity. So among people who are being tested for the virus, what percentage are positive? When this was created last week, it was 31.4. I think today was at 34.6. Dropped actually from the last couple of days. If you look at Directive 048 and the guidance that fleshes it out from the Department of Health and Human Services, you'll remember there's sort of transmission guidelines. Transmission, are we in high transmission, substantive transmission, low transmission. The low transmission, the area we want to be in, would have a test positivity rate below 8%. So as you see, we are significantly above 30% at this point in time. And then it would also, in terms of case rates per 100,000 for a month, it should be below 50. Right now, we are well above 500. This is case rates per 100,000 for a 7-day period, not a 30-day period. The best thing to do with these numbers would be multiply by 4.5 to get an estimate. However, remember, the surge has been coming down, so that average is going to be a low ball given where we're at. The point is we are very much in the high transmission area based on Directive 048. But we're headed in the right direction, so that is good news for us. So I'm going to turn it over to Pete Etchart.
Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So vaccination opportunities. Pediatric clinics are continuing with our community partners, Washoe County Health District, Community Health Alliance, and Immunize Nevada. You can see the recently conducted pediatric clinics. These are actually open to students of all ages, and my understanding is they will not turn parents away either. And here are the second dose vaccination clinics that will be held the remainder of this month. Here is a list of the community vaccination opportunities this month. This is for all the members of the community. There's actually an error on this slide I want to bring to your attention. Washoe County Health District will be at Spanish Springs Library and not the high school on February 15th and 23rd. And I believe the Health District is fixing that on their website also. Then lastly, we always want to talk about personal protective equipment, PPE. PPE supplies are still in stock and available for our schools and staff. In regards to the 100,000 KN95 masks in the state, 80,000 have now been distributed to our schools and admin staff, and we actually picked up an additional 70,000 masks from the state, so we have 90,000 N95 masks available. And if there are no questions, I'm going to turn this over to Area Superintendent Jen Van Trest.
Good evening, Jennifer Van Trest, Area Superintendent. Just wanted to touch base. I know there are some questions about our early childhood programs. So just to be clear about what happens with our early childhood programs and our masks, the emergency directive did not include the 3 to 5-year-olds. So it starts at kinder and goes through 12th grade. So it is not required in our early childhood programs for kids to wear masks, although many do. So it is parent discretion as to how that works. Although they are required to wear them on buses. That is part of the federal requirements for public transportation. So that being said, if we know that our early childhood students are wearing the masks consistently, and if you ever had a 3-year-old, and imagine to try and make sure that they're wearing their mask consistently throughout the day, that can be a struggle. So if they are not able to do that consistently, then they are out. If they are exposed to a positive, they are excluded for the full 10 days. And if not, then it's only a 5-day exclusion.
May I ask you for clarity?
Sure.
So if the child is wearing the mask, it's a 5-day exclusion. If not, it's not the shortened CDC, it's the 10 days.
Right, and that's for the board directive. So when we did that, we had to make sure that that they are wearing a mask, or when they come back, they have to agree to continue to wear a mask for the 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay, I see.
That's the difference.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that kind of concludes the early childhood section for our update for COVID.
Okay.
And let me just add, this just for clarification, in case, just to remind everyone that we had been asked to go back and to see, as far as contact tracing and how that was handled within the early childhood programs. And so that's exactly the reason why we put that up there, is because we do contact tracing in the early childhood program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was some community interest in that as well. Okay, I know we've gotten a lot of, thank you, Ms. Van Trest. Thank you, staff. Why don't we hear from public comment on this first, and then we'll bring the conversation back here. I know we've had plenty. You were done, right? No.
Not really.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
That's all good. That's all good.
My bad.
That's all good.
No, go right ahead, Madam Superintendent.
Yes, no, and I appreciate that, Madam President. And, we are very aware of all of the public comment and, where we are. And it is very good news that case rates are coming down. Positivity is still very high. And as this board knows, I meet with the other district superintendents and the Nevada Department of Education and the Governor's Office and Department of Health and Human Services every Friday. And those are great meetings. And as I've also informed the board, we submitted a letter to the Governor's Office as far as several points, whether that was asking for local control, can we get the National Guard to help us out? And so we have those responses back from the Governor's Office. And the number one point that we were asking was about local control. And the Governor's Office and Nevada Department of Education and DHHS are willing to hear what superintendents are talking about. And so what superintendents have been asked by the Governor's Office is to put forward plans as we move forward into the spring, the summer, and into next school year, that if directive, and I want to stress, highlight, bold, put in 42 font, that if the Governor's Directive 048 were to be modified, how are districts going to show mitigation efforts moving forward? And what would those mitigation efforts be for low transmission periods of time and during an outbreak? What are those mitigation efforts? We know within our school district we have layered mitigation strategies, right? We have self-screening, we have social distancing when available, we have hand washing, we have additional cleaning, we have HVAC, and then we have masks. And so taken all together, all of those mitigation efforts, we are being asked to develop a plan that we will bring forward to the Board of Trustees on March 8th that shows how we're going to be moving forward into the spring of this year, into 2022, summer 2022, because we will have summer school, and then into the next school year of 2022-2023. And so moving forward, we see light at the end of the tunnel. The train is coming forward, and the lights are on full blast. And that is what we are working towards. But we have to make this plan in coordination with your local health agency, which for Washoe County is the Washoe County Health District. And so we will be working in collaboration with the health district into bringing forward what this plan would look like and what those mitigation efforts would be. So I wanted to put that into context before we were going, so you all could be able to discuss that and provide any additional direction.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Superintendent. Why don't we, before we bring it here to the table, I would like to hear public comment at this point. I know we've had plenty of emails, and there are probably some here that like to comment as well. Let's have that now, JJ.
Michael Braden.
Come on up, sir. All right, we'll get you right here, and you will have you'll have 3 minutes to see the clock. You sit there, and
all right.
Welcome,
Thank you, board, for listening to me. I came here today because I would like y'all to pick a fight, and I'll get more to that in a minute. I'd like you to pick a fight for me and my children as proxies, because I can't do it myself, against the state. I'm a father of 2 children. I have a kindergartner and a 2nd grader in Angie's district. March 12th will be 2 years of the state of emergency in this state of Nevada. As you can see, we're not in the state of emergency. We have things covering our faces, but as soon as we walk out, we're going to take them out. Many of us don't wear them anywhere else besides in school district property buildings. There is no enforcement, so making our administrators, teachers, and everyone else the mask police for children, I believe, is shameful. We're the adults. Children are being harmed. We know that masks are lowering IQs of the youngest children. We've seen studies showing that. We've seen speech delays. It's affecting the youngest children the most. We need to stop. We need to pick a fight with the state of Nevada that we are not going to follow these directives anymore. Our neighbor, Carson City, they have a lower population. We have a higher population. Why does that matter? It's arbitrary. We know it's arbitrary. There's no difference. Why do their kids not have to follow the rules and ours do? Why do we have to make our teachers and administrators the mask police? It's all arbitrary. We need to be the adults. We need to say enough is enough. The state should not be making these directives, which are not laws. They are directives given under a state of emergency that will be 2 years old, March 12th. I would like y'all to pick a fight with the state. The state has failed the children of Nevada as a whole. I know Washoe is a shining light in the state as far as our metrics. But when the state says something, we should say no. When they say jump, we shouldn't say how high. We should say no. We're not going to listen to you anymore. We're going to be critical thinkers. We're going to see the abundance of information. And we're going to make decisions that we think are best for our children, the children of Washoe County. And it doesn't matter what the population of our county is. That's arbitrary, and it makes no sense. So please be critical thinkers. We have another meeting in 2 weeks. The pushback, if there is any, for Carson City will be seen there by that time. There's no reason we can't follow suit.
Thank you, Mr. Brayton. Sir, if I can get you to get that mask up a little bit, I'm sorry. I just want to be consistent. I hate to do it. I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
Carolyn Higginbotham.
Ms. Higginbotham, welcome.
Good afternoon. I am a mother of 3 young children who are all currently enrolled in elementary school in Incline Village, 1st grade, 3rd grade, and 5th grade. My daughters have worn fabric masks to school every day. The CDC recently announced that fabric masks do not work, yet most children wear fabric masks to school. No one in their school has been gravely ill, no one in their school has been hospitalized, and no one in their school has died. If fabric masks are ineffective, then can you please explain why we're still mandating school children to wear them for 7 hours a day? COVID is not going anywhere. We need to learn to live in a world with COVID. In Nevada, we actively go to restaurants and bars without masks on. Shall I send my child to attend school in a restaurant so she can then finally have the option to take her mask off while sitting down? How many of you currently have children in the Washoe County School District? How many of you see the daily impact your school mask mandates sitting beside you on the kitchen table each night? I bet it's pretty easy to enforce a rule when it doesn't affect you at all. I bet you all remove your face masks while you sit in your office or on your daily commute. For the rest of the week, do me a favor and keep your mask on all day, just as you require in schools and buses in this county. And then tell me if you think the mask mandates are improving your mental health. In light of the recent school mask changes in Lyon County, Douglas County, and Carson City, when can we expect Washoe County to follow their lead? Yes, I realize that the governor's COVID mandate is based on county size. According to Google Maps, in normal mid-morning traffic, it would take 5 hours and 18 minutes to drive from my child's school in Incline Village to the northern end of Washoe County. Can you honestly say that this county-wide mandate still makes sense, considering our county is 6,542 square miles large? When are you going to take these concerns to the governor? When are you going to speak up for the children whose education and well-being you have sworn to protect? What is it going to take to have you realize that you're enforcing a rule that simply does not work? It does not make sense. Stop saying kids are resilient and start acting on their behalf. Omicron has peaked, COVID is now a mild illness, and the mandates need to be changed to reflect this. What made sense in 2020 and in 2021 does not make sense in 2022. Make masks optional.
Thank you, Ms. Higginbotham.
Shannon Coley.
Welcome back, Ms. Coley.
For nearly 2 years, Governor Sisolak and this board has ignored the data on kids and COVID-19. The decisions have been made by you are not rational and have hurt our children's development and mental health. Even doctors who have been touting wearing masks have recently said that cloth masks are nothing more than facial decorations if they are not N95 masks. Some children have never been to school without a face mask, and some children have been so brainwashed they are afraid of taking their masks off even at home. It's heartbreaking. Children are social creatures. Children used to be resilient, but now after 2 years of being political pawns, they no longer are. The number of suicide and drug overdoses vastly outnumber deaths and hospitalizations of COVID. In 2021, mental health crisis hotline increased 65%. Over 90% of those calls were for people under 30 years old. And it's hitting close to home now with the 6th grader from Shaw Middle School. In 2020, Fair Health found a 334% spike in intentional self-harm among 13 to 18-year-olds. And for what? The median, not average, the median age of COVID deaths is 80 with 2 comorbidities. Where has the common sense been? Where has the risk analysis been? There has been none. I believe it's a crime. You have said it's the governor's directive, but I believe it has always been your choice to keep these masks on these children for money from the government. We shall find out. You are on the wrong side of history. You have hurt our children intentionally and with willful ignorance. It will be remembered. End the masking of the children today.
Thank you, Ms. Coley.
Mike Krogan.
Welcome back, Mr. Krogan.
My name is Mike Krogan. I live in Reno. I'm sure you haven't noticed, but I'm elderly. In addition to that, I have some immune problems. I suspect that there are a number of school children who are in the same boat, not the elderly part, obviously, but the immune part. I would like to thank you for protecting them, for following the federal laws and mandates, and making sure that schools are a place that children can go where they can be protected from unnecessary diseases that can kill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krogan.
Lucas Gorlick.
Welcome, Mr. Gorlick.
I actually had no intent on speaking on this agenda item today until I saw what everyone else was saying. Say good for you for keeping the mask mandate in place. Right? We should be done letting the parents speak for us, right? We're the students. It's not a political statement, it's safety. That should just be common sense. We've seen it in the science, we've seen it in the numbers. Okay? Yeah, the median age is 80. I'm not sure if that's true. But I'm not surprised, because if we take our masks off, we're going to be bringing it home to our grandparents. Those are the people who are getting affected. Right, so while they may not be getting it at the store, they're getting it from us. Because if we take our masks off, we will be getting it more. Yeah, we may not be getting sick, we may not be ending up in the hospital, but it's our grandparents who are. I want to keep it short because it's going to be a long night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorlick.
The board received emails from Brandon Siri, John Winters, R. Rowe, Jamie Clark, Casey, Monica Dutchover, Nicole Williams, Kelsey Lopez, Jenna Davis, Stephanie Harness, Todd Davis, Marcy Whipple, Zach Woodhead, Roger Williams, Sandy Hole, Jordan Field, Matt and Summer Fedig, Pam Hay, Heather Bruce, Lane and Ashley Gray, Jackie Choley, Melinda Reagan Connell, Heather Wilson, and Katiana Taylor.
Thank you, JJ. We'll bring it back here to the board for discussion. There, obviously, we've gotten quite a bit of public comment on this issue. I think that the information that the superintendent shared with us and her comments at the end are important for me because it sends a message in my mind that there is some pushing back and saying, hey, we like to be able to make the decision ourselves. I think that's something that that we're at a point as a district in terms of what it is that we've learned and what we know. I think that's something that the majority of us, if not all of us, would like to do. I'm going to push back a little bit in that we were one of the few large school districts in the country that had in-person instruction throughout the 2020-2021 school year. So I think there were some very deliberate steps that were made to make sure our kids were in school, under an awful lot of pressure to not have our kids in school during that time. And I don't want that to be lost. I don't want to be remiss in that. We're certainly making the best decisions that we can, and certainly we know that none of the decisions we make on either side of the issue, quite frankly, is going to please everyone. But I think that we're remiss if we as a board, I know many of you weren't here, but a couple of us were when we made that decision, and got an awful lot of pressure to not do that, but did it because we thought that was best for students. And so don't lose that. Whether we're in a place or whether you're in a place where you agree with where we are or where we're going or whatever decision the board might make tonight, or whether you don't agree with where we are and where we're going and whatever decision the board might make tonight. It's calling through and making and just trying to get to a good place. And I think that our decision to go back to school when the vast majority of the country was not going back to school was courageous. It was courageous of our staff to ask us to do that. It was a difficult decision for the board to make, and I think that does speak to, hey, we're trying to find a place where we're doing what's best for kids. So I thought it was important to push back on that and to lend that clarity. So Trustee Rodriguez, to see your light on, so let's have a little bit of robust discussion and see where we're going to land.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have two questions, one for our staff and then one for board counsel, yet again, because I feel like we need to reiterate this with our last chief legal counsel and now our new one. If we went against the governor's directive, what are some repercussions that we could face as a district and as a board legally?
I can't fully answer what the repercussions would be. What I can tell you is that the emergency directives that the governor cited were based upon NRS 414, and that's a statute that has been in place for quite a long time. I would have to defer to Mr. Rombardo regarding what the ramifications would be if you ultimately fought it. But it's based upon a statute that has been in existence for quite some time.
Okay. And I guess to follow up with our staff, I did get an email from one of our coaches in our district, and it's a good question. I just kind of want to get a ballpark idea. For outside sporting events like baseball, things like that, coming this spring, are those student athletes going to have to be tested as well since they're outside and less physical interaction?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Rodriguez. So Directive 048 does have the requirements regarding athletics testing and activities testing. The spring sports are by and large low contact, and so there wouldn't be weekly testing. But when based on the directive, when our students travel to adjacent counties, they would be required under the directive to be tested. And that would be true for activities as well.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So basically being outside wouldn't make that, is that what you're asking? If being outside, being an outside sport would make a difference? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. So being outside and less contact as like football or wrestling. So baseball being a little bit more distant. I think the closest might be a runner on the plate. So aside from that, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's outside, less contact. Would there be testing needed within the district?
Yeah, I get the impression that distinction hasn't been made, right?
Well, none of the spring sports are close contact, so weekly testing won't be required. But if our teams travel out of the county, they would have to be tested the week they travel out of the county. That's part of Directive 048. That's true for performing arts. It's true for a field trip to Story County. It's true for any travel outside of the Washoe County School District.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Church.
Thank you, and Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, for going first, and good questions. A few comments. I think I have one or two motions or interim motions that doesn't, I'm not sure how to phrase that. In other words, not a motion to close it up for the night, but a motion and then move on. But let me make a few comments. Number one, again, I concur that we have to follow the governor's edicts, if nothing else, for liability. If we don't, then somebody brings it home to their grandparents and they die, we get sued, and you never know which way that could go. So as much as I'm a no-masker, and this is bothering me, I wish I had my shield tonight, we have to follow the governor's directive. And that's inexplicably that it's different for Carson City. And we have like better filtration systems in our schools, I think. You know, we have new schools. We spent a lot of money on the air filtration systems, as was brought up at previous meetings. So that's inexplicable, but it's out of our hands. And it's an extremely contagious disease, although extremely survivable in vast majority of cases. It's like almost all of us have had it or know somebody. We know, everybody. We know somebody, lots of people that have had it. And it used to be when they'd call you, you'd go, oh my goodness. And now you go, oh, okay, well, keep me informed, there's the Navy ships that have got it. Everybody's vaccinated. They brought it into Antarctica. Those people were isolated, triple vax, boosted, and they still brought it into Antarctica. So, I mean, it's like the masks are just so ineffective. I agree. They're just next to worthless, and, blah, blah, blah. My other comment is there is well-researched stuff. We've heard from people tonight. There's good studies on both sides. Mm-hmm. So now I've made everybody mad because, there's good studies on both sides. The masks have been challenged in Nevada in the courts. Nationwide, there's different decisions, but they were challenged and they lost. The courts have upheld it. I swore to uphold the Constitution. The courts are a valid part of our Constitution, and they said, you got to wear masks. I don't like it. No one is suggesting that you can't wear a mask. If we were to pass something to the contrary, you can wear a bubble suit, you can wear whatever you want. So make that clear. We're not doing away with masks if we were to. We're making it more optional if we did that. The other thing that was brought to my attention today is what I call from the frying pan to the fire. Even if the governor says, okay, you guys can go and work with your local health district, we still have to do that. So we're not out of the woods. We would have to work with the health district, who may or may not be just as non-receptive as the governor's office. But I don't want people to think if the governor said, yeah, you can do it, that we just do it. We still have to work with the health district. That's my understanding of the letter. So what a dilemma. I would like to make a motion, and it's just, again, one piece of the puzzle. So it's not like, I don't know how to phrase that.
Well, it's just because we have other lights on, so I'd rather not take a motion yet because we have other, we've done that before because the motion's been there, then but maybe share your thoughts.
Yeah, let me make a statement then.
Okay, yeah.
Later at some point, I would like to make a discussion that we at least directly, not through NASS, but directly as a district, that we ask the governor for the authority to make the decision here to wear face shields or masks. In the presentation, it talked about facial coverings, but we've had this discussion that the shields are not authorized under the technical definition.
Yeah, we looked that up a few months ago.
I would argue that if we did at least the shields as an option, nobody makes you wear them. You can see the teacher's face if she wants to wear it. You can see the student's face. You don't have the rash issue, which right now, this is driving me crazy. Well, maybe I'm already there, but it's very uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. And just tonight, constantly, the masks are falling down. People's noses, we don't even have compliance in the room all the time because the noses are exposed. With the face shield, it's there. And, suddenly if I were to take a drink of water, virus gets on hold, time out. I get to take my mask off. And again, the face shield's a little bit easier to eat and drink without removing it. So that would just be one piece of the puzzle I would put on the table, and then the other one I'll wait till later. But thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. We have others, I think, who this side over here, between, usually Dr.
You go first this time, sir.
You want me to go first?
Okay, oh geez, okay, this is how we're going. We're going to go to Trustee Mayberry, and then we're going to go to Clerk Minetto, and then we're going to go to Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll go to others that may have comments, so.
Well,
Good. Thank you, Trustee Church, for comments.
Thank you, Madam President. So just speaking from the heart, and then a question, I think, for the superintendent is, thank you for the update, gentlemen. But I think that's the thrust of this conversation, right? I mean, that's 800-pound gorilla is the mask. That's what we're talking about. That's what's on our mind. We've gotten a lot of great feedback. I have to say, just speaking for myself, I think a member of the public said it. I do believe it's high time that we begin to coexist with this. We'll always be here in some form. I've had a conversation with Kristen about this. It's hard for me with a straight face to really continue to justify wearing a mask. I'm just going to say it. I do it because I follow the rules. I'm not going to go against the head of state, but we've got to figure out how to get these things off for the sake of our children, for a lot of reasons. I get it. I'm there. I really am. So the question I would have for the superintendent is what would it look like here in the next, say, 30 days? Is it possible that we can go down this path where we can remove the mask?
Well, I appreciate the question, and that's where the health district is going to come in, right? Because they're our health partners, and we have to do any type of plan that we submit is going to have to be signed off by them. So whether we're going to be looking at case rates per 100,000, whether we're going to be looking at test positivity, we're going to have to develop some metrics on what that is going to be in order to move to that point. So right now, test positivity is 36%, 36?
I think it was 34.6 today.
36, okay. Back in December, I think our test positivity was somewhere around, I can't see those numbers, there we go. So back in December, our test positivity was about 6.5, and then you can absolutely see where the Omicron variant came into play. So that may be a metric. I don't know, Trustee Maryberry, what that is. One thing that, we've been talking about and that we'll talk tomorrow at our COVID meetings is what are some of the questions that we need to bring forward to the health district so that we can then work with them and say, so what is it that, we're going to need to be able to do to get to this point as we come into this spring? Does that make sense? And one thing that I'll also say, and Dr. Lamarca can correct me if I'm wrong, not one of our schools, not one of the Washoe County schools has been moved to outbreak status, and we always consult with the health district on this. Not one of our schools has been moved to outbreak status. Have we had to move a school to distance learning? Absolutely, and the reason was because of staffing and making sure that that school had enough staff to operate. So I wanted to put that on the record, that not one of our schools has been moved to outbreak status or distance learning because of an outbreak.
And just one final comment, too. There is, and this is no surprise, I mean, we're seeing state after state now beginning to follow suit, removing masks. There's a transition, just take them off, but there's a process for that. I think I read Oregon be removing masks May 31st. That's, we're well over a month away. So, I mean, I think that's a prudent, methodical approach to take. I want us to get there, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. We'll go over here to, who's next? Trustee Minetto?
Thank you, Madam President. I hate the mask as much as everybody does. I don't think there's a single person who goes, ooh, goody, I get to put a mask on to go to the grocery store. I, like Trustee Mayberry, am a rule follower, and so I put it on. And I pass a lot of people in Walmart without it, and I do not cast aspersions on that. It's just kind of nice to get to see people's faces. I
was kind of excited because when I knew that the letter was going to the governor's office, I thought they're going to say no. They kind of didn't. And that kind of excited me. And which may or may not mean anything. But the mitigations we're doing seem to be working. But we always should have washed our hands. We always should have stayed home when we were sick. One of the good things about COVID is we actually do those things now. You know, teachers don't go to work anyway because it's easier to go to work sick than it is to write lesson plans. You stay home now, and that's good. I mean, if you get a little sniffle, it's like, oh, I should stay home today. I think all that's good. I can't help but wonder if we make mass, go through the steps and say all we want. We still want everybody to wash their hands. We still want everybody to stay home when they're sick. We still want everybody to distance as much as we can and all of our wonderful mitigation. If we just say, can we take the masks off the kids for the month of May, make it the parents' choice and see what happens, which I don't know if they'll let us do that. But, and none of us want anybody sick, but kids basically don't get in this a lot. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Clerk Minetto. I'll go over here to Dr. Nicolette and then Trustee Rodriguez.
This certainly is a continuum of sentiment. There's no doubt about it. And as my fellow trustee Church said, there is a study for everyone. Having said that, here I'm just going to read my thoughts. The mitigation plan that will come before us on March 8th, these are some of my wishes. I'm assuming that, is my understanding, that the mitigation plan will also be for all communicable diseases. Is that correct? Or are we just concentrating on coronavirus?
No, and that was in the governor's reply. So anything that we talk about is going to have to be related to any communicable disease.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. The second thing is an observation in going into schools, and that is if there's such a thing as silver lining with the COVID, it is that it upped our game, and that was extremely important, and we must never stop doing that. Our filtration systems, our hand washing, just across the board, cleaning desks, and all the extra work that definitely makes a difference. We should never stop that. Our layers, as we call them, are extremely important, and we should continue those practices. I personally think that there is a huge challenge with the fidelity of mask wearing. I would definitely like to see our teachers and our staff not have to be the mask enforcers. I think that is very draining, and I think we're past needing to do that. What I would like to see in our mitigation plan, which I know we have to work with the health department, that's a good thing. They're the experts on health, we're the experts on education, is I would like to see after spring break masks be a choice. If someone wants to wear a mask for the reasons that they believe are important, I think that we should support that. And one thing that worries me about that is I don't want anyone, whether it's a teacher or the bus driver, although I guess we'd still wear them on the bus. I'm okay with that.
That's federal.
And in the classrooms, no one should be made fun of. So there's almost a shift. Now we're not worrying about wearing the mask properly. We're worrying about me not saying, hey, you're wearing a mask. That's ridiculous. So there are a lot of factors in making this transition, and it cannot happen overnight, and it cannot happen properly overnight. We have experts in the school district and our health department who can help us with this. I am saying again, I believe that masks should be a choice, and I'd like to see that happen by March 28th after spring break. In fact, I'd like it to happen sooner, but understanding that trying to get everything in place to make this happen properly, I'd like to see it happen by March 28th after spring break. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Rodriguez?
I just want to echo all my fellow colleagues. It's very frustrating. I do like the idea of us trying to ask the governor's office to see if we can have total local control with maybe consulting our county health department, but not necessarily having get a check mark from them. And then I guess just kind of to follow up a little bit more, I hope a lot of people that are watching, all these emails and public comments that we got about our masks, I really hope they go to our governor's office as well. Because quite frankly, our hands are tied. I wish they weren't. And again, I just want to encourage the public. I hope these emails go to the governor. And I look forward to March 8th to see what options that we do have and can get. And I hope, not this coming board meeting, but the next, hopefully that we have some strong options to move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I'm going to come. Did you want to comment? I'll circle back to you, Trustee Church. You just haven't had a chance to weigh in. Would you like to? You don't have to.
This was going to be the one time that I just said ditto. I mean,
okay, you can. You can.
It's ditto. I think my colleagues have in many phases also captured the way that I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to say just a couple of things, and I'll go circle back to you, Trustee Church. This is the way I look at it. I look at it with a lot of what we've already heard. I think it's a good thing that we get a chance to submit a plan, because my first impression was that the governor should have said, nope, we're not getting local control. We aren't going to be able to make our own decision and go. And just as I dove into it and learned a little bit more, it's like, okay, you know what? You guys want local control? Let's see what that would look like. I'm like, you know what? Okay, that's fair. Okay, can't just rip the Band-Aid off. It's a health issue. Okay, good. I understand that. Because I'm with you, Ellen, because he didn't, Trustee Minetto, because he didn't say no. And I think part of it is working with the health district. That's going to have to be involved, because that's what state health districts do, right? And then hopefully have Dr. LaMarca and those that work on our side have worked with them very, very closely this entire time. And hopefully can continue that and say what would that look like, so that the board can make a decision. And I think, Trustee Church, in response to what you said a little bit earlier, then we can make a request for face shields to be a part of that. I think in the middle of discussing this, I don't know if we're going to get a change to the definitions from the early directive, because this is what's going on. But I think we can make that a part of it in submitting it, because that might be helpful in some cases as well. But I do think it's that time to let the decision be made here. And we can make that decision as best for our district. And obviously is the vast majority, if not all of us, because we're not wording, so I'm not going to say that. Certainly would like to be able to have that, make that flexibility, and let parents be more involved in this thing. But I understand the process. I don't want it to be elongated at all. I understand it's going to take a little time, because there's some steps that have to be a part of it and so on. So it can't be tomorrow. I get that. But man, wouldn't it be awesome if, the meeting on March 8th, as you shared with us as trustees in our own meetings, that's the goal for having the plan here, and that then there's a couple of weeks. It would be fantastic if spring break starts on March 14th. It'd be great if that's when the last of these things go in place, and then when people come back, it's a whole different, be kind of like spring break 2 years ago. People came back to a whole different world, and then they get to come back to a whole different world in a different way. I mean, that'd be kind of cool to think about it from that standpoint. So I'm looking forward to that, and really hopefully we'll be able to get there. Again, not fast enough. I understand that. I do get it. If you dig deeper into some of the changes that are being made in other states, some of them are based upon timelines. I think, as someone said earlier, Oregon's is at a certain point, and this one's going to be another state is at the end of March. So it's not just, they're ripping the Band-Aid off. There's some steps involved in many of these. And I'm glad to be a part of it, because at first I thought we weren't going to be able to. And so let's maximize this thing. Let's put a great plan together. Let's get the support of the health district and be able to pull that here, and then we can make some decisions that's best for our own community. So that's what I like to do. You want to respond to that? Then I'll go to Trustee Church. We're circling back.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, make sure, to remember that the directive has to be modified first, right? And so our plan has to be put forward in conjunction with the modification, as I've explained to each one of you in your one-to-one meetings, the executive directive has to be modified in order for our plan, right, to be able to move forward. So we're going to bring forward a plan on March 8th in conjunction with the health district, and then we're going to be shipping that plan off to the governor's office and to the Nevada Department of Education and DHHS, and that has to be done in conjunction with any type of modification around 048. So I just want to make sure that that's fully articulated.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Trustee Church, and then Dr. Nicolette.
Many times in my youth, I'd ask my mom if I could do something, and the answer was no, but she didn't say that. She said, we'll see, or ask your father when he gets home. I really think the public wants us to act. They're so frustrated with us as a board, kicking it back to the governor. And what I'm hearing is March 8th, we go back to the governor, and that's all been done, by the way, my understanding, through the NASS, Nevada Association of School Superintendents. Well, we don't need their help. And I can't wait. I'm not good at math, but that March 8th is about a month away. And then we get some directive that takes place who knows when, or he says, no, go ask your father, the health department, whatever it is. So, no, that's not acceptable to me. We put this off too long. So I do want to make one interim motion. I don't know how to phrase that.
I'm not sure what the interim motion is.
In other words, it's not the motion that we close up, we go, okay, meeting adjourned, but we make a motion and then we consider other options as well. And I know we've done that in the past.
Okay, good. We'll see what you got. I'm trying to follow you.
I'd like to make a motion that the board passes a resolution to direct the superintendent to contact the governor's office, asking him to modify Directive 048 to allow full face shields for staff and students.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? I don't. Your lights on.
If I can ask a question, haven't we done that?
Not. Let me just.
Not the proclamation, but are we in those discussions with?
Yes, we are. I tell you what, we have. I know you're getting. Like he said, there's a motion on the floor, so we either need a second to the motion, then we can have discussion, or the motion dies for lack of that, and then we can have discussion. But I saw you. I saw your hand. I'm getting ready. So there. No. Okay, I'm getting kicked under the table. We're trying to get it. Okay, so we don't. Okay, we can have discussion one way or another. So it's totally up to you. So we have a second to the motion. Okay. So in answer to your question, through the superintendents, through the State Superintendents Association, they haven't. His motion is specifically for face shields. His motion is just specific to write the governor and ask and. If face shields will be included in face coverings. I don't know if that's in 048, so you might want to amend that. We had to dig back a ways to see what face coverings were.
I can address that. We have Dave, I'm sure Dr.
Well, probably not off the top of his head when that is. I think it superseded 048 is what I'm saying. Just.
Yes, you'd have to go back to previous directives, but currently face shields are not allowed.
Right. But that was not, so I see what for you to get to where you're trying to go, I would recommend just take out the Directive 048 part.
Yes.
Because
just say directive.
Yeah, just for face shields to be able to be included in face coverings. That's better so you don't nail it to a directive when it's not, because it's not in 048.
Right. And again, all we're doing is asking the governor. We're not.
Yeah, you're asking the governor. Face shields can be included in face coverings.
Yes.
A direct memo from the superintendent that's the motion. Okay. Did you want to respond? And I'll go to Clerk
Well, I
Manetho
think
and
we
then the
need
Vice
some
President.
clarification because you said a board resolution. And so as the superintendent, I cannot authorize a board resolution. So I can't be sending
so there's some clarity. It can't be direct to superintendent to send the board resolution. Okay.
I can rephrase it then.
Yeah, but then we have a second here to see where you are. Look, why don't you try that, Trustee Church?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, why don't we? Okay, so you withdraw the first motion.
Withdraw the first one.
Okay, so that's we need to close that up, right? We're good. Okay, now go.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct the superintendent to contact the office of the governor, asking him to amend directives to allow staffs and students at the Washoe County School District to wear the option of face shields and/or masks.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
Can I say a friendly?
We got to have a second first. Okay, doesn't mean we can't come back to it, so that dies for lack of a second. We can continue some conversation. Trustee Manello, I think you were next, and then Dr. Nicolette? No, it seems like you're waiting to hear a little bit now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, Dr. Nicolette?
Trustee Church, I'm going to tell you why I didn't second. I was tempted, but I didn't. The reason is because I want something bigger. I want something much bigger. And so I don't want to dink around, my dad used to use that term, with a face shields request when, again, I want something much bigger. So I don't want to bug them. I want this mitigation plan to be very strong and very direct and very, I'm trying to find the right words. You better do this because it needs to be done. And so I don't want to dink around with face shields.
Let's say compelling.
Oh, that's
Is that too soft?
That's too nice.
That's too soft? That's too soft. Okay, I was trying to help. Maybe not. Okay. Okay, all right. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Clerk Manetto?
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I like the face shields for teachers, especially the teachers who teach the little guys reading. Because when you go, these little kids are going, you know, they can't see it. And I don't know if we could kind of throw that in there for the teachers. I don't know if that's even reasonable. But I'm with you on the masks, absolutely.
Personally, I would like, I go back to what I said before. I like let's do the plan. We have a door. Let's maximize that door. And I think let's include face shields as a part of that instead of something over here. That's that piece. So, Trustee Smith? Oh, that was it? Okay, so it looks like where we are is we're still looking for a motion in terms of do we need a motion to go forward with the plan? We probably should have that, huh? Yes.
I'm ready
Yes.
to make a motion.
Oh, okay, Trustee Church, we try this again, sir?
And it's going to be very, very direct, period. So
It's our motion, so it doesn't matter.
I make a motion that the board direct the superintendent to contact the office of the Nevada governor and ask that he rescind Directive 048 as it applies to the Washoe County School District.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second. Now, I want this conversation to be about 048 is not just masks. There's a lot involved in Directive 048. So and that might be the intention, and that's okay. But understand what your motion is asking for, all the other things that are included in that. Okay, let's have a discussion. There's a motion and a second. Yes, Trustee Smith?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So I support the plan that Superintendent McNeil explained about immediately getting to work with the health district, putting together a robust and thorough plan and presentation, which we hope will be influential and cause our governor to amend 048, but I'm not in any position where I'm going to demand that he rescind it. So I mean, we obviously maybe are going to have to vote on this unless it's rescinded, but what I'm prepared to vote yes on is this plan to immediately get to work with the health district so we can put together this plan and hopefully work efficiently to expedite the approval process to get this changed.
Okay.
So I can't vote yes for what was just put up. I would vote no to that, but I look forward to voting for what Superintendent McNeil outlined with the health district.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. And I think Trustee Manetto was next, and then Trustee Mayberry, and then Trustee Church. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. My concern about that is our governor won't like that at all. And I just don't think that's a pretty place for us to be. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Manello. Trustee Mayberry?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I wanted to second it because I wanted to just continue to have this conversation. So I do think it's really important that we do have this transition, all right, as we said earlier. And so I'm in no position to, end this because I don't think, first of all, I don't think it's practical, and I don't think it's going to happen. And I mean, there are some folks out there that are very mindful of their children who may have, immune compromised diseases, and so I think we do need to approach this methodically. So I still, as I said earlier, I think it's very rational and prudent to kind of go down this path where we come March 8th. That's my hope, is that we can have a plan, as long as things fall in place, where we can begin to remove these masks, or at least, initiate that transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Rodriguez, and then Trustee Church.
I think this is exactly what the Bryan Group was talking about with superintendents watching, or potential superintendents watching. If there's a light at the end of this tunnel, there's a timeline of March 8th with options that we could explore. All these public comments, all these people reaching out, I want to encourage them all, again, to reach out to the governor's office. March 8th, it's not that far away in the grand scheme of 2 years. So I am with Trustee Smith that we have a timeline, we have some light at the end of the tunnel, and we're all frustrated. I think we all kind of beat that horse to death and then some. So I like to, with the current motion on the floor, I can't go with that one as well, but I am with the previous suggestions.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Church?
I have the Directive 048, but unfortunately, I don't think we have it on the chart to put up, do we? Because that's very, very important. While you're looking, I would like to amend it. It was dated 2020. I mean, it's been a long time, and you're right. You're 100% right. You caught me on that one. There's 9 sections. So I would like to amend my motion to direct the superintendent to contact the office of the governor and ask that Directive 048, Section 5, face coverings, be amended to allow local control by the Washoe County School District of that section.
Okay, I'm going to say, and I can be wrong, that's a very different motion. I don't think that's an amendment.
Okay.
That's sounding like a different motion.
Yeah.
Now we're going to space coverings.
The bottom line is Section 5.
Okay, so can you say that again? Because the motion you said is not an amendment. The
Right.
amendment to the first motion is a request to direct the superintendent to ask the governor to rescind Directive 048. And so now your motion is directing the superintendent to ask the governor to remove Section 5 of 048. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably the best thing is if I withdraw and restate.
I think so, because it's starting to get a little muddy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the seconder you're okay?
Is that okay that I withdraw that motion?
I think that the seconder says good, and I know he's feeling better about it, because we just kind
Okay.
of got off a little bit. So if you'd like to make it try for another motion.
We'll see if third time's the charm.
Well, I think it's fourth, but that's okay.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we direct the superintendent to contact the office of the Nevada governor with regards to Directive 048, Section 5, face coverings, and request that the Washoe County School District be allowed local control over that section, over the implementation of that section.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
That's your motion. Your motion can sound like whatever you want, sir. We just wanted to. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to ask the governor's office if we can have local control over Section 5 of Directive 048. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Okay, so now we're looking, I see your light on, Trustee Rodriguez, looking for another motion?
Yep. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to continue to adhere to Emergency Directive 408 for staff to continue to be encouraged to find innovative ways to allow mask breaks throughout the day for the students.
Okay, now that is already that's already the state where we're in, so we don't need a motion for that.
Okay.
The only thing we would need a motion for is if we're asking the superintendent to put together the plan. because that's our current state, and that's what we typically do, and we don't have to vote to keep going. But if we want to ask this, if we want to direct the superintendent to put together the plan, that requesting local control that's the motion we need. I mean, we can have any other motion, but we don't need a motion to just continue doing what we're doing. Okay, so I'll go with you, Trustee Smith. I saw your light popped on.
Okay, here we go. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to continue to adhere to Emergency Directive 048 and for staff to work with the County Health Department to develop a plan by March 8th that will be submitted to the governor.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor and a second. Let me restate. The motion is to direct the superintendent. This is according to her recommendation. Right, if you can throw the recommendation up if you have an opportunity, JJ, to continue. No, okay, no, you're doing this. Do this. Sorry, to continue to adhere to Directive 2048 and to for staff to put together a plan to bring it back here. In conjunction with the health district. And put together a plan in conjunction with the health district. You want to say something about that plan towards local control or something, so that maybe you wanted to give them some direction on the plan?
Sure. What I had said was work with the County Health Department to develop a plan by March 8th that will be submitted to the governor. Would you like me to be more specific?
No, I think that's specific enough.
That was my original motion.
That's the whole piece. Okay, is everyone clear on the motion? So we're staying where we are at this point, asking the superintendent, work with the health district, get a plan together that's going to be submitted to the governor, and that we would expect that plan to come back to us by March 8th. Okay, I restated that correctly. That's where we are. There was a motion. There's a second. Trustee Church. We're discussion now. Trustee Church.
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
We meet in 2 weeks. This is such an urgent matter that I believe that we have the capability of doing that within 2 weeks.
Okay, so why don't we ask the superintendent? Because she is the one who has to put that together and then get with the health district. So let's see if that's feasible.
No, and that's what we've talked about in our one-to-one meetings. We need to be working in conjunction with the health district, and we need to be looking at what the data is going to be as far as what this plan is. And so there's some questions that we want to bring forward to the board at the next board meeting, and these are going to be some of the questions that the health district is going to be asking us. And so at the next meeting, you're going to see some questions that the health district is going to be asking, and we want to flush those out along with the board. So that's what's going to come in the next COVID agenda. And then on the March 8th agenda, then we'll bring forward the plan in order to move forward for spring, summer, and fall.
Okay, so there's an answer to that the 2-week window doesn't quite give enough time. There's an answer to that comment. Other comments, questions on the motion? It sounds like the most expeditious time it can happen is March 8th. I think we do want it to be as expeditious as possible. I think that's pretty clear. Trustee Mayberry?
Superintendent McNeil, do you anticipate health district staff present at the next meeting?
We've asked them. I'm not going to be speaking for the health district, but we've invited them. Definitely invited them for the March 8th meeting, but I don't want to commit them for our next board meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette.
Yes, I would like to make a friendly for this reason, and I understand the logistics. I understand that we're working with the health department. I understand that it has to go to other entities. What I want to be very clear in our plan is that we don't want to wait for months while it sits on desks and wait for bureaucracy, of which we're considered, to make decisions that need to be made more quickly than I trust government will make it happen. So I would like in the plan it to be something we can implement after spring break, March 28th, 2022. And so my friendly would be to add, if it's all right with Trustee Smith, that in part of the plan, embedded in the plan, is for Washoe County School District to be able to implement a choice for masks by March 28th, 2022.
If I may restate that might make that a little cleaner as you consider the friendly, that the plan that's being submitted have an implementation date of whatever. All the other details are part of the plan, so you don't need to say that. right?
Well, I
So-
don't know about that because we don't know what's going to be in the plan, but
But it will
that
come
would be
to us.
cleaner.
The plan comes to us March 8th. So we approve what we want to have in the plan. Right? It just means that way it's just a little cleaner. So the idea would be that the plan has an implementation date of. So that's what you're saying of whatever, what was that time period for you?
March 28th, 2022.
Okay, that's her request for a friendly, are you?
So what I'm concerned about is that we don't know what this plan is. So to issue an ultimatum now about it having to be implemented by March 28th isn't something I feel like I can do because I don't know what's in this plan yet. So I would be very open on March 8th to see what the plan is, and then possibly at that point saying we're very comfortable with this and we could signal that we would like to do this. But in the absence of the plan, I don't believe I could issue an ultimatum at this point.
Okay, so she's not open to that trend.
And I
Okay.
totally understand that. And my concern on that other end is by the time we get it March 8th, and then we just say we want it to happen by March 28th, and then it has to go back to the health department. I mean, I just see this being laden with bureaucracy. And that worries
Could I
me.
clarify? Could I clarify?
And then we'll go to you, trustee Church.
So we're going to be working, once again, in collaboration with the health district. So the plan that we come forward with on March 8th is going to be in collaboration with the health district. So they will already be involved with that.
So it won't
Essentially,
be,
they're going to be saying, this is the plan that you can move forward to the governor's office and the state, because the health district is going to be involved with that.
so the plan isn't going to have to come to us on March 8th and then be sent to the health district, is what you're saying. Okay.
And if in deference to Trustee Smith, if that plan, I'll just use my own voice. If that plan is not what I think should happen and needs to happen, then this just feels ad infinitum. I understand the need to work together. I already said we're the education experts, the health district are the health experts, and then it goes to the governor's office and then Department of Education, and that's why I was adamant about 2022, because I just feel like it's going to take forever, and I'll stop now.
Just remember, we have to include the health district. It's not that that's part of, okay. All right, trustee Church?
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Nicolette. I just can't vote for this because it's an endless bureaucracy, because if the plan comes back and we change one letter on it, it's probably got to go back to the health department ad nauseum. Then they might send something back and say, well, no, but we'll do this. And then, yeah, it's ad nauseum. And one question, I assume there's no reason I can't reintroduce my motions at the next February meeting.
Not at all.
If we decide that the bureaucracy isn't working out.
No,
But
not at all.
But that said, I'm just not comfortable the way this is worded. We're kicking the can down the road.
Okay. Thank you, trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
One thing I would like to clarify is that we have a board meeting on March 29th. So if we have this plan, which, listening to the superintendent, will be developed in partnership with the health district, so they're going to already be on board with this plan by March 8th. Like that, we're going to stamp that plan. Then it's going to go off to the governor. We have a board meeting because it's a slightly irregular schedule because of the way March falls. We have a meeting on March 29th. I thought it was the 29th. March 29th?
I don't think we meet on the 22nd.
No, I'm
'Cause it's spring
pretty
break. It's
sure
spring
we
break.
meet on March 29th.
March, yeah, it's
Yes.
spring break. We won't meet on the 22nd.
Correct. We have a
Okay.
slightly irregular schedule in March. We're meeting on March 29th. So we don't have a crystal ball, but if we send this off to the governor's office in partnership with the health district and we hear absolutely nothing and this board is unsatisfied with that response, we meet on Tuesday, March 29th, and then we can make whatever decision we would like at that point. But again, I'm cautioned against us issuing an ultimatum on a plan that we haven't even seen or approved ourselves. So I am respectfully going to keep my motion the way that it is.
Would it be, could we get to a place where it'd be with the asking, I'm trying to find some middle ground here, right? Asking, and I certainly, so we don't want to put anybody in the corner, we don't know what the plan's going to entail, right? But asking that the intention of the plan be for implementation by March 28th, and that softens it, but that lets the superintendent and the health district know that that's what we want to do. But if they come back with something like, then we can always, but it doesn't nail them in the corner, but it still says, hey, we want to keep pushing.
Absolutely. That is something I could definitely get behind. Stating an intention and spirit that we're looking for action within a period of time or requesting that I can totally get behind.
And that would give the superintendent, as staff is dealing with the health district, hey, look, our board wants this to be able to be done by the 28th. So then they're working really hard to do everything they can to get, if it absolutely can't, then they aren't nailed to the wall. But it's like, hey, that way it isn't where, okay, well, hey, if this happens, and well, because I think we all understand how that happens, and nobody wants to be caught into that. So is that a friendly you're willing to consider? I'm trying to find this place here.
Absolutely.
Who's the seconder? Is that a friendly you're willing to consider? Did you kind of follow that, JJ?
Yes, hang on just 1 second, I'll get it up.
Okay. Does I give you direction, but give you the if it just absolutely, if something crazy comes up?
No, I appreciate that because I was not comfortable with that, whether, the original one. There's a lot of ifs on this, and I want to be very clear, there's a lot of ifs on this. Our partner, and that is very clear, has to be the health district. I am not going to be back away, but also, Trustee or Vice President Nicolette, I do want to say, I understand bureaucracy. I've been in this business a long time, as you know. I do not get the sense that the governor's office nor the Nevada Department of Education wants to wait this out. They hear us. They hear the superintendents. They hear the public. So I do not think that it's something that they want to sit on for large periods of time. And we've been very intent. When I use my words, I use them very carefully. I said the spring, the summer, and into the next school year. And there was a reason why I used those words. And I also used the words of modification of the emergency directive of 048.
I think this helps to continue to push and make it very clear that the board is looking for something to be moving. So, okay, it looks like we're Trustee Church.
Clarification. So my understanding, if we continue to follow 048, and it comes to us at the March 8th meeting, even if the health department and we agree, because 48 remains in effect, presumably, it has to, that agreement that we would reach has to go back to the governor's office first. Is that correct?
The response, would you, my understanding is the response to the letter that came from the superintendent saying, hey, we want local control. That the governor said, okay, put some plans together. What does that look like in your community? Right, we're going to just rip the Band-Aid off, right? This be, okay, then send it back my way. That's my understanding, right?
Okay, so first it has to, first we have to hopefully we agree with the health department, health district.
No, there's no hopefully. This says a plan will come back that has been, that the plan has to be involved. It has to come back with the health district. There's no hopefully. Because that's the only plan we can submit to the governor.
Yeah, but how do we force the health district to do anything?
Because the governor has already said she cannot come back to us with a plan that does not, because that's the only plan the governor will accept.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, but I mean, if the health district says masks and now you got to wear PPE, would it?
And if I may, Trustee Church, that's the reason why we need this additional time, because we need to work with the health district, and that's why we want to bring forward questions at the next board meeting. So tomorrow, we meet with our COVID team, correct? Every Wednesday we do that. And the next thing that we do is Paul, or Dr. LaMarca, meets with the health district. We've already met with the health district around this. They already know that we're having these conversations. They're very much in the loop on what the board is talking about today. And so we're going to be bringing forward at the next meeting, that was even a request, correct, Dr. LaMarca, from the health district, that we vet these questions, that they're going to be asking us, what is this going to be able to look like?
I guess my clarification is we're assuming or we're hoping that the health district and the school district agree on a plan by March 8th, because we can't force them. They're an independent body. And then, assuming we agree on a plan, has to go back to the governor's office, and we're asking, well, then there's no timeline. That'll be a whole different vote.
Well, I think it's important in the plan for the plan to state that something we'd like to implement by March. We're saying it was a friendly amendment. So now the amendment is saying, included in the plan, is that we want the implementation date to be March 28th. So that part is going to be in the plan because the board is directing that. You're right, we can't control the health district. the 17 health districts all over the state know they have to sit down with their school districts and come up with a plan. So they're having these conversations because this thing just happened. So, but can we make them do something? We've been partners. I mean, they've actually been good partners. So I'm more likely to say, hey, they want to sit down and hash it out more, because we've been in this thing with them. It started a little shaky at first because they didn't want us to go back to school. We went back to school anyway. But once we got past that, they've actually been good partners. So I don't think they'll be resistant just to be resistant. Okay, I think we can. That was a call for the question that shuts down debate. All those in favor of the motion which is on the screen, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Nay. Okay, the motion carries 6-1. So you have your marching orders, Madam Superintendent. All right. Thank you, staff. I think this is getting us moving in the direction we want to go. All right. Board reports. We are usually starting on the outside. We're going to start on the inside now. So we'll start with Trustee Minetto.
I had yes, there I am at Mitchell with our wonderful principal. I told you to crop out my fat. They made a sign. It was so cute.
That's very cute.
And now Miss Conway there, the principal, I taught with her at Corbett.
Wow.
So it's kind of like Old Home Week. I just love going there. Okay, so there's that. And then I went to Catherine Dunn. Don't have a picture of that. Went to Florence Drake. Got to talk to our wonderful principal there about how exciting SWAS is going to be there. Went to Mendive with our superintendent. That was a nice visit. Went to Maxwell and met Lauren there, Lauren Ford, wherever she is, and that was a delight. Risley, the poor principal was not well, so I didn't get a visit with him, but I got to visit with the dean, who was delightful. Went to Sparks Middle School with Trustee Mayberry. We honored a lady who'd worked there 19 years, I don't remember. It was a long time, and she was quitting to go back to school to come back to teach. Went to Lincoln Park, wonderful visit, and I went to the joint NASB meeting on Saturday, as did our president, and we decided on what committees we were on, and we looked at the budget, which is also important. And Deb reminded me that we need to go forward to them whenever we have questions or think we need support in this. So and you can use me as the person to go to, because that's my job. Anyway, so there it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Rodriguez? You're good, sir? Trustee Smith?
I would like to thank Clerk Minetto for pointing out that pictures can be a part of board reports.
Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Oh,
all right. All right. With that said,
give us a deadline, JJ.
All right. With that said, I'd like to open it up by saying a happy National School Counseling Week. We have over 200 highly educated and dedicated counselors district, and they do a very, very important kind of work for our students. All right. So I visited Anderson and the ACES team. That's a fantastic school. So they are implementing something that I had never heard about called the New Teacher Program, which is unique for support for their school. I do believe other schools may have that, but that's a program that they're implementing that I was very excited to hear about. And soon they're going to be using some specialized student assessments that are going to create an individualized plan for each of their students. I think that is really creative and interesting, and I'm really excited to see the way that that impacts the outcomes for their students. I also want to shout out their completely amazing music room. So Ms. Elizabeth Cadigan has the most amazing assortment of instruments that I've seen, and I do understand that many of our community partners helped make that happen for those students. So wonderful visit there. I also visited Libby Booth Elementary School, so I visited with Principal Pizar with that, or Pazar, sorry. And they've had some changes, of course, in the state funding as we've evolved over to the pupil-centered funding plan. So they have some fewer staff, and yet they still managed to raise their reading SBAC scores. So Libby Booth actually has the highest percentage percentage of children experiencing homelessness and those receiving free or reduced lunch. And they maximize every minute of learning there, and it was really amazing to see how they do that. One of the things that they do is they actually have wellness areas within the school and in several of the classrooms, which are spaces where kids can reset and center themselves and be ready to learn. I thought that was really, really brilliant. And they have beautiful art everywhere. It's a really, really wonderful, energizing space there, and I was just really, really impressed. I'm going to wrap it up by congratulating Reno High School. The We the People team, they took first place in the state invitational, and they've earned a spot at the national competition. This is something that's hosted and supported by the Nevada Center of Civic Education. And I am going to put some specific shout outs here. So of course we have Mr. Clark at Reno High School, and he was really fantastic and asked that I not just recognize him, but also recognize the coaches, Brian Carlin, Matthew Ox, Scott Marriott, Sam Macaluso, Denny Martindale, Scott Daniel, and Judge Scott Pearson. And a super huge congratulations to all of these students. Reno High School is exemplary in this category. They have won 7 state titles and 6 in a row. So that is master class level. So congratulations,
Yes,
Reno
is.
High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
Awesome. And no Disneyland pictures, okay? It was, my summer vacation. Thank you very much. Tomorrow I'll be up at Incline Village doing a number of meetings and visits. So many that I had to cancel some because there's just not enough time in the day, but I always enjoy getting up there. A number of people from Incline have asked about the status of the mobility hub, also known as the bus hub, and I just want to report that that is sold. ESCO closed. It's no longer part of Washoe County. So good or bad, that's a done deal. Then I want to transition a little bit to board member agenda requests, which the board members all have. One of them, update on police data required trainings, is dated June 23rd of 2020. June 23rd of 2020. I think that's important that we hold these meetings. That's unacceptable to wait that long. I am very interested in hearing in a public forum about our wonderful police department, but we are that form of civilian oversight for the department. So I think the public has questions. I have questions, and we do need an update on that as per the agenda requests, not 2 years later. Then we have transportation walk zones, August 2021. Quality of education, November 2021. Those are listed as TBD, TBA, to be determined, to be announced. And again, that's clarification because some people have told me, oh, that's been scheduled. No, it hasn't been scheduled. It's been requested by 2 or more trustees, but it hasn't been scheduled, and I don't want to see it scheduled 2 years from now. So I just think the public and the trustees need to have a better timeline. 6 months from the date of a request, in my opinion, is pushing it. So I just would urge that we try to move these to the top of the list so that we can hear those in a public forum. And I've got a minute left, and I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Church. I'll jump over here to Dr. Nicolette.
I had attended the EDAWN State of Northern Nevada Economic Forum, learned, oh my goodness, I was glad they gave us copies of the PowerPoint because there's a lot going on, and it was an in-depth report, and I still look at it. I will say that because I believe our superintendent probably won't bring it up, but she was honored with an EDAWN coin. That was absolutely beautiful, and basically the honor was in recognizing that she has done a stellar job for 28 years, not just as superintendent, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful honor, and it was a delightful event. I visited Sierra Job Corps, had an excellent tour, and what was really kind of sad was Sierra Job Corps is part of the Department of Labor. And because they're part of the Department of Labor, there were very few students that were on campus because of COVID restrictions. Well, the day that I was there, I got a delightful tour, beautiful facilities, beautiful campus. I think there were maybe 22 students on campus. I saw 3 or 4, but the next day, I got an email from the director, Dr. D, that the kids were coming back. So I just missed them by a hair, but they invited me back, and I will do that. So kids are coming back to Sierra Job Corps campus. I visited, I'm always afraid I'm going to leave something out, so I never do as thorough a job and as many beautiful accolades as my colleague, Trustee Smith, so I'm just going to go through the list. I visited Stead, and I visited Turning Point, some interesting changes going on there that I think are going to kind of reinvigorate our approach to a very special population. I visited 2 of our charter schools, Mariposa Dual Language and the High Desert Montessori have a beautiful new building that they're going to move into. And spoke with the Bryan Group. It was a wonderful conversation. I was able to share a lot of my ideas and heartfelt feelings, and also had my conversation with Deb Darby about our upcoming collaborative work we're going to do. And then last but not least, 2 more. I went to Rita Cannon, and I could just tell that it would be delightful for them if I properly helped in the cafeteria. So I got to be a cafeteria lady. It was really cool. And the one thing I noticed, and so did assistant principal, that man, they know fresh blood, and they knew how to use me. One more thing, I met at Hunter Lake Daryl Dunn, math teacher extraordinaire. I would like to go back and have him as a math teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dye. Trustee Mayberry. Your turn, sir.
Well, first of all, I really think, Michelle, if you're looking for somebody to hire in your department, Trustee Smith is no, I agree. And this is the first time I actually realized we're being timed. I didn't realize that. So I had, but Trustee Smith, I will say respectfully, I think my time on Friday was probably more amazing than yours. I had an opportunity to go to the Sparks Middle School. I walked in, and there was a live band performing.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I felt like the president. Not the school board president.
Oh,
the president. But the president. It was amazing. These students are absolutely amazing. They have and I love all my school tours. I really do, all my school visits. This one was unique though because Principal Ting gave me an opportunity to really sit down with this group that they formed. It's called MAD. It's not an angry group. It's called Make a Difference, Students Who Make a Difference. And so they hold each other accountable. This Sparks Middle School is in sort of an urban core of Sparks. It obviously has some challenges in that neighborhood. None of the students are allowed to have cell phones, so it limits the access to social media. Had a lot of good discussion about accountability and about love and about kindness and about making the right decisions. It was truly inspiring. I cry easy and I choked up a few times talking with them, but it was so inspiring for me to sit down and actually interact with these students one-on-one. It was an amazing experience, and what they're doing over at Sparks Middle School is again just inspiring. Trustee Manetto and I, again, prior to that, to my visit, we had a chance to witness the farewell of a long-term employee who's going to get her teacher's license. Following my time at Sparks Middle School, I visited Sparks High School, and Principal Carroll, the Principal of the Year last year, talked a little bit about professional learning community as a model that they've embraced at that school. I believe he's going to be coming before us here in the weeks to come, and we'll present that model and what it's about and the strengths of it. So that's my report. Thank you for listening.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Trustee Mayberry. I will go ahead with mine. First, I'll go with just visits. I'm going to challenge my 2 colleagues on how great my Friday was, because I was at the bistro that the McQueen High School culinary kids put together. Went and got my fresh Mexican food. It was awesome. It was awesome. So I'm gonna see your stuff and just up you some food. From there, I mentioned this last time that I was I'm going to be doing a lot of visits anyway, but in particular, it's Black History Month, by the way. Happy Black History Month, everybody! And so I've been able to read some great books about inventors and other people in Black history that have contributed to our history, because Black history is our history. And so I can take advantage of being the president and in case you didn't know, I happen to be Black. And so I'm able to, I know. But it's been amazing. The children have been great. We've been reading about inventors, and my favorite is George Crumb, who invented the potato chip. Yes, they really enjoyed that. Let's see, other Spanish Springs. I went to a fundraiser, a huge fundraiser for Spanish Springs lacrosse out at Red Hawk. It was amazing. It was packed. The kids did a great job. They raised a ton of money. And I was only 700 tickets away from the 50-50 raffle, which was like $3,300. Right, only 700 tickets. I just brought a few more tickets. I would have made that. On behalf we have two employees, as many of you know, the superintendent as well as the internal auditor, Kurt Starkey. So we had the mid-year evaluation meeting, which actually went very well, and then the final evaluation meeting, the audit committee is involved in that as well. And that will come back here, and because he's our employee, he gets to get evaluated in person. But it was good to talk about his goals and so on. We had a great meeting with the legislators from Northern Nevada here. Got a chance to talk about our priorities and challenges, in particular, really making it clear to them those things that we're up against. And then afterwards, they were able to go get a tour at Hug High School to see the new Hug High School, which was great. And I was also invited again, because it's Black History Month, one of the locals, a multicultural, multi-faith church, that wanted to talk about teaching race in schools, and what does that look like, and what shouldn't that look like, and that whole piece. So we had a great Zoom conversation regarding that. Let's see, the Westergard was where I did my favorite reading on George Crumb. And then also just a couple comments on the gender request. When there are delays on those agenda requests, it's really with the consultation of the trustees who have requested the agenda request. And that information was shared in an email. You may have missed that, Trustee Church. The trustees that asked for the walk zone information, I was one of them. It's delayed intentionally. We know about that. Same thing with that about police trainings. That was actually directly related to chokeholds. That was prior to you on the board, chokeholds, and now chokeholds have been banned by the state of Nevada. And so there's some information around that will come up later, but there's information about that. So I just want the truth to come forward. There's more to it than what was put out there, and I think we need to be upfront and say, hey, if there's some delays, here's why. Here's why, and there are other items on that as well. But my time is up. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So this past week, I went down to Clark County to attend the NAS meeting, and that just happened to be the day. As we're flying back on the plane, that as soon as the plane got to a particular elevation, my phone started to explode. And that's never a good thing. And so as I'm trying to, and now Southwest is going to find this out, but as I'm trying to talk into the phone without being noticed, because we have an emergency happening, and that happened to be Polakitas. And I just want to do a huge shout out to our Deputy Superintendent, our Chief of Police, and our entire communications team. Number one, for telling me that I cannot go over to the school and keeping me belted in there. But all of the staff of Polakitas, the expanse to what our district did to make sure that school was safe. Students returned on Tuesday, staff returned on Monday. Mr. Searcy, Adam Searcy, and myself went over. We met with the staff, and they've been tremendous. And Don Angati, the principal there, I can't say enough about. He just remains calm. But our school district wanted to make sure that the school opened up safely. Our school police did an outstanding job on making sure that when we had to evacuate students and staff, it was done with the utmost safety in mind. And we didn't have to worry about putting that school on distance learning for 2 days. I've met with the state superintendent. She absolutely understands. Her number one priority is the safety of the students and the staff. And with that, it was wonderful with alongside President Taylor and our government liaison, Lindsay Anderson, to meet with our Northern Nevada delegation. and to spend some time discussing what some of our challenges, whether it was COVID related, whether it is funding, whether it is transportation. But it was great to really kind of engage in conversation with them. And then, yes, we had a wonderful tour over at Hug High School. If you haven't done that tour, please make sure that you're able to do that. And one of the reasons why I am wearing a Reno High School sweatshirt, I told you that I will be wearing sweatshirts until the end of the year, even if it's getting a little bit warm. But the We the People, the WTP was one of those reasons. But then also I went over and I visited with Principal Hackbush, and I'm going to do a shout out to the librarian Amy Newberry, who is fabulous. And we talk a lot about safety and wellness for our students. She's actually developed a booklet for staff, a wellness booklet that goes week by week by week, and she sends out activities. I now happen to be on her email string. Thank you very much, Amy. I need another email. But just little things that celebrate the staff at Reno High School. And then finally, we have a star amongst us, Miss Haley Batchelder. Harley, sorry. Harley Batchelder actually designed the logo for the ski team that was accepted and is now being used at Reno High School. Wow. So that is my report.
It's a great additional email to get. Yes. Superintendent McNeil, you bet. Yes. All right, thank you everybody for the great work done out in the community. We are public comments. Any closing general public comments?
Lucas Gorlick.
Mr. Gorlick, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Let's see if I can get through this in 3 minutes. What's the point? What's the point in me spending over 14,000 hours over the last 10 years of my life in a seat at school, most of which I've sat, learned, and studied the most useless things ever, things that nobody will need when they're older, the volume of a soda bottle, balancing chemical equations, quadratic formula, completely useless knowledge taking up space in our brain. According to a 2019 study, 48% of high school graduates did not feel ready to go into the real world because they had wasted so much time with mathematic formulas that they didn't know how to do basic life skills, how to apply for a loan, how to get a better credit score, how to do taxes, the real life necessities. What's the point in me screaming, crying, getting sleep deprived over a subject that has no benefit over my life? In 2019, 2,039 high school students took their own lives with suicide, stressed over the pressures of being a teenager, studying for that big math test, which we all know in the long run will have no effect over our lives. But right now, it is our lives, and it's the fight to get past it. And in 2019, 2,039 kids couldn't fight it. They couldn't make it to the math test, because the whole idea of it made them lose their lives, caused their parents to lose a child, caused their friends to lose someone they trusted, all because of the pressures of being a modern-day teenager. Now, I'm not saying that math killed 2,039 kids. What I'm saying is everything combines together to create unnecessary stress. Combining the stress of their home lives with the stress of school can push kids to the breaking point. Right now, as students, we are defined by a number, 1 to 100, and a letter A through F. We are not defined by our views, our willingness to succeed, or by the way we walk through life, but by a number and a letter. The alphabet was made so we could communicate, put words together, not to be judged by the very people that taught us it. Now, I didn't come here to vent about my view, but to try to start a movement of change, a mandatory semester class to graduate high school, a class that teaches you real-world necessities, such as how to apply for a loan, how to file taxes, how to raise your credit score, etc. Along with that, high schoolers need more freedom in picking their classes. The students need to decide if they want to do that math class after their freshman or sophomore year. Let high schoolers start the path of individuality and creativity towards their goals. Now I'm going to go home and write an essay for Trustee Mayberry's political science class, probably the only truly useful class that I've ever taken. It took me getting out of the school district to learn something meaningful. We need change now.
Thank you, Mr. Gorlick.
Shannon Coley.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coley.
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome, Ms. Fianaka.
Thank you. I have a gift for you all. One for each each of the trustees. I read good books while I was down. That one is exceptional. I'm down but not done. You haven't seen the last of me. I gave each of you a very important book today, and I hope you'll each take the time to at least peruse it without judging the cover. While I was bedbound, I got a call concerning a situation at Billinghurst. A lot of people still think of me even though I'm not around. A teacher was very concerned, as prior to Christmas break, there were 2 girls identifying as transgender in that particular classroom. After break, 6 additional girls came into the class, this same class, and wanted to be identified as male and changed their pronouns. 8 girls in one classroom is a social phenomenon. I was discussing this with my 3rd son, who's actually a genius. And I don't mean that just because he's my son. He's a literal genius. And he sent me this very important book to read. I felt compelled to buy a copy for each of you. I would urge you to take the time to be informed on this topic. It's causing a lot of mental illness with our kids. Most concerning to me, besides this social phenomenon, is the fact that the teacher does not feel comfortable addressing it with his superiors due to concern about job security and pressures on retirement and other issues. Teachers, if ever there is a time to prove you care about our kids, this is it.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca. Thank you for the book.
The board received emails from Joe Morabito and Charles and Agnes Fetting.
Thank you, JJ. All right, everyone, our meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is right here, February 22nd. Good night, everybody. Be safe.